Hey, everybody. How are you? It is April 1st. A lot of people asking me if we're going to do any April Fool's jokes today. No, we're not. Do you know how many? We should actually do a segment, KGB.
Well, first things
first. How many radio careers have come to an end because of really dumb April Fool's jokes? Because it's happened, and I'm not going to do that. We did talk a while ago about me showing up in a Bob Ross wig. You know who Bob Ross is, right? So, but I was like, no, I won't be doing that.
First things first.
Or like a full-on toupee, which we also talked about. Unfortunately,
You're forgetting something
April
crucial.
Fool's Day kind of snuck up on me a little bit. Where am I at? All right, so we're in the midst of trying to get ready for the show. A little behind today. You know what I did last night? I instead of taking my usual melatonin, I took ZQL. That stuff, it absolutely knocked me out. So I actually, for once, feel well rested, which is kind of crazy, as a matter of fact. What's that?
You know what you're forgetting, though? The screen.
Oh.
Crucial.
You know, we wouldn't want the $2 the company paid for this program to go to waste.
Something called professionalism.
This is what happens behind the scenes. This is how we get ready for the show. Let's see. That. There we go. Cheesy globe.
Want me to change the background? A little exclusive for everyone. I'm going to change the background.
On air is on. What else? Oh, down there. And that. KGB, what color do we want to do? What color do we want to do down here?
I like the strobe.
The strobe? What is that? It just goes. Oh, all right. You know what I noticed yesterday? Murphy is actually color coordinating with the color behind him. He was wearing red, and the background was red too. So, good on Murphy. All right, got a lot of topics today, and I'm not even done prepping. Show's about to start. KGB, real quick, what is our YouTube poll?
Our YouTube poll is, are you worried about the elections coming up in Florida and Wisconsin?
All right, we got special elections. I covered this a lot yesterday. We got special elections in Wisconsin and Florida. Are you worried that the Republicans are sort of sitting on their hands? Are they a little lackadaisical? Are they not paying as close of attention to these special elections as they should? That is my contention. That is my opinion. We'll have to see what happens. But I'm going to tell you, I'm a little worried. Actually, I'm a lot of worried. Is that a word, a lotta? A lot of worried. A lotta. Whatever. Okay. Places, everybody, places. Getting ready for showtime. Thanks for hanging out. So I think every day we're gonna like come on early, like at 55, and just start the show a little early. We got some breaking news regarding Elon Musk. You want to stick around for that? Breaking news regarding Elon Musk. That is going on. We are. Am I still behind on 10 seconds on this thing? I've got 44, 45. So I'm 10 seconds ahead. All right. Anyway, news with Joe and Jones coming up next on Super Talk 99.7. See you in a few.
Well, good morning to you. It is 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Overcast this morning and 46 degrees. but we're going to have a really nice afternoon. Stick around for the forecast coming up. Liberation Day is coming. Tomorrow marks the start of President Trump's tariffs on imports from other countries, which he says will free the U.S. from a reliance on foreign goods. Now, the president says he'll impose a reciprocal tariff, so whatever another country charges the U.S. to sell our products, we will impose the same on them. In Washington, Democrats are fuming over it.
Senate Democrats plan to force a protest vote to block President Trump from imposing tariffs without congressional approval. Trump set to impose tariffs on countries he says have treated the U.S. unfairly for years. It's not clear if any countries will be exempt or how long they will last. Many economists and shoppers worry prices could soon skyrocket on everything from clothing to food at the grocery store, including bananas, strawberries, and avocados. Perry Russum, ABC News, Washington.
So where are we on the Signal chat controversy from last week? Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt telling reporters yesterday the case is closed.
This case has been closed here at the White House as far as we are concerned. There have been steps made to ensure that something like that can obviously never happen again.
The White House maintains that the messages were not classified. Here in the Nashville area, our weather picture is a little murky for the rest of the week.
Wednesday all the way through our Saturday, multiple rounds of storm, heavier rainfall, and also a stalled storm system that could cause a flooding threat across parts of the mid-state.
Channel 4 Stefano DiPietro there. A big portion of the WTN listening area is under a flood watch tomorrow through Sunday. Market numbers report now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Wall Street's major indexes were mixed on March's last day of trading on Wall Street. The Dow was up 418 points after a morning dip. The S&P 500 gained 31 points, but ends the quarter with a more than 5% loss. And the Nasdaq was down 24 points at the end of the day. Mortgage company Rocket announced it's buying competitor Mr. Cooper in a $9.4 billion stock deal. This just weeks after Rocket bought the real estate listing company Redfin. Rocket says the combined companies will represent 1 out of every 6 U.S. mortgages. France's antitrust watchdog has fined Apple $162 million. France's competition authority says the company did not properly implement a privacy feature that prevents apps from snooping on users. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Now, stock futures this morning look a little flat. The Dow futures are down 18, but NASDAQ futures gaining 57. We've got S&P futures up 7 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
Oh, got an early accident today. It's on 24 in the eastbound lanes. It's just past Joby Jackson Parkway, exit 84, right there in Murfreesboro. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. How are you? It is Tuesday, April 1st. Joan, you got any April Fool's Day jokes that you've got planned for today?
So far, none.
Nothing?
No, and nothing
Okay.
on you, Dan. No way would I ever think of doing that.
Oh, sure. I was regaling folks watching on the pre-show. You know, Joe, now we are doing a pre-show every day for folks watching the stream. So if you want to see what's going on behind the scenes on Nashville's Morning News, every single morning, tune into the stream on YouTube, Facebook, 997WTN.com, and X. And we'll talk a little bit about what's coming up on the show. But I was talking about it before the program, where many radio careers have been destroyed by stupid, ill-conceived, not creative at all April Fool's jokes. So I won't be doing any of that. We did talk about something that I threatened to do a long time ago, and I just, you know what? April Fool's Day kind of snuck up on me this year, so I didn't have time to pull it off. We'll talk about what that was coming up at 5:35 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, if you are watching on the stream, thank you very much. Dan says, Joan, this is for you, and then I'm going to get to actual content.
Okay.
Dan says, the best part of waking up is Joan Jones on your radio.
Oh, look at that. And that's not even an April Fool's joke.
What's the commercial? The best part of waking up
Is Folgers in your cup?
Mm-hmm. Is Joan in your radio?
Radio.
Yeah.
Well, she's not.
Aw, that's really sweet.
So there you go. So that is from Dan and not Dan Mandis, although I do agree with Dan. Now, it is 5:08, Nashville's Morning News. The United States Institute of Peace. You know, I once said, I actually laughed, and I felt bad about it. But I went into a pizza place, and I was paying for pizza. And this was a long time ago. And there was a little jar, and the person behind the counter said, would you like to give some money to save the children? Now, me being the snarky SOB that I am, I asked the youngling behind the counter, because she was like 16, 17 years old. And I said, well, what exactly is save the children? Because it sounds so utterly, who doesn't want to save children? I mean, let's be honest. But I said, what exactly does Save the Children do? She had no idea. And it sounded like such a generic charity that to me it sounded like a scam, but whatever. So no, I did not give to Save the Children. However, I thought this is interesting. The United States Institute of Peace, it's like the same thing. Now, if you don't know what that is, the United States Institute of Peace, we've been talking about, of course, all things Doge, right? The United States Institute of Peace is a government-funded think tank. You got about 300 people that work for this think tank, and their whole point is to, I guess, think about ways to bring peace to the world. Now, clearly, they have failed, and they have failed miserably. But you know what this thing actually seems to be? It's like another USAID, where it is just money that is going to ridiculous spending. And so now, and you may remember this because we spoke about this, I think it was about a week and a half ago, where this Institute of Peace got into the crosshairs of one Elon Musk and Doge. And so they wanted access. They wanted to know, what exactly are you 300 people doing to justify your exorbitant salaries? And a lot of people working from home and all that other kind of stuff. And so when Doge was going to go in, the leader, the head of the United States Institute for Peace, remember this? We talked about this. He literally locked himself in the building. He locked himself in the building, and he locked Elon Musk and Doge out. And they had to call the police. It was the most ridiculous thing ever. Well, now we've finally been able to get into there. First of all, Caroline Levitt, she was asked about all of this because it appears now that their budget and the entire agency, they have been dismantled. You know what part of what they do is? They give money to the Taliban. They give money to terrorists. And so I would have to ask the fine people at the United States Institute of Peace, a government-funded think tank, what about the Taliban is peaceful? Literally nothing. There's nothing about the Taliban that is peaceful. So why are we giving part of this $55 million in taxpayer funds to the Taliban, a terrorist organization that is anything but peaceful?
And it became very clear that there was a concerted effort amongst the rogue bureaucrats at the United States Institute of Peace to actually physically barricade themselves essentially inside of the building to prevent political appointees of this administration who work at the direction of the President of the United States to get into the building. There was a piece in the Daily Caller, thank you for sharing the truth on this, about what happened. Staff contacted the MPD in an attempt to prevent Doge personnel from entering. They barricaded the doors. They also disabled telephone lines, internet connections, and other IT infrastructure within the building. They distributed flyers internally, encouraging each other to basically prevent these individuals from accessing the building. I use this to say this is what Doge and this administration is facing.
You know, there's nothing suspicious about all that, is there? I mean, nothing suspicious at all. The United States Institute of Peace, Elon Musk, is now saying that they deleted, and you just heard what Caroline Levitt had to say. Apparently, they deleted a terabyte of financial data linking them to funding the Taliban, funding Iraqi leaders. But apparently he and Doge, the Doge team, they were able to recover the data due to the agency's ineptitude with technology. But listen to what they found. Each year, the United States Institute of Peace received $55 million in congressional taxpayer funds, and they talk about congressional oversight, which there really was none. In the past 10 years, they've transferred $13 million to its private endowment, mainly used, wait for it, for private events and travel. And I don't think they were going to Afghanistan, if you know what I'm saying. They have spent $132,000 going to Muhammad Qasim Halimi, an ex-Taliban member who is Afghanistan's former chief of protocol. I am dying to know, what exactly does Taliban's chief of protocol actually do besides walk around and make sure that the women are in full-on, Muslim dress? Making sure that very strict Muslim rules are obeyed. I'd be willing to bet that's what the Taliban chief of protocol does, is it just runs around and telling people very strictly how to abide by the Quran and all that kind of stuff. $2,232,500 to the Taliban's outside accountant who attempted to delete that 1 terabyte of accounting data, now recovered, after new leadership entered the building. They also gave over $1 million to the Iraqi League for Youth and $675,000 for private aviation services for the Taliban. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that we find out that we're paying for. So now there's an update to this story. I've got more of that update coming up because it looks like now this entire agency has been completely obliterated. It is 5:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Just working that crash scene again this morning at 24, the eastbound lanes just past Joby Jackson Parkway, exit 84. Careful in that area. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Today, a high of 69 and partly cloudy. And right now, you said, is it 63 KGB? Is that what you said?
46.
It's 84.
Okay, everybody stop because I'm old and I get confused. It's 46?
Yes, but it could be an April Fool's.
Yeah.
I'll let you think about it.
Oh, come on, man.
Okay, no, it's 46.
We don't mess with the weather.
Okay, it's 46.
Thank you. 46 degrees.
Or is it?
At Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Caroline Leavitt. So here's more of what she said about Elon Musk and Doge. And basically, this Institute of Peace, the United States Institute of Peace, one of the things that Trump said about the reason why they're dismantling this useless organization, this useless use of taxpayer dollars, is because clearly they didn't bring any peace. I mean, certainly during the Biden administration, we have seen the exact opposite of peace. We've seen 2 wars going on thanks to Joe Biden and his ineptitude. So you got these 300 people that have now been fired. Here's more from Caroline Leavitt and what she had to say.
It's a resistance from bureaucrats who don't want to see change in this city. President Trump was elected on an overwhelming mandate to seek change and implement change, and this is unacceptable behavior.
So she's talking about how they were doing everything they could to block, number one, access to the information as far as how much funding they were giving to the Taliban. Now, this is from the Associated Press. You ready? Most employees at the U.S. Institute of Peace, a congressionally created and funded think tank now taken over by Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, have now received email notices of their mass firing. The latest step in the Trump administration and the government downsizing. The emails sent to personal accounts because most staff members had lost access to the organization's system began going out 9 p.m. on Friday, according to people familiar with the matter who spoke on the condition of anonymity because of a fear of reprisal. We've already been fired. I mean, what else can they do to you? But whatever. One former senior official at the Institute said among those spared were several in the Human Resources Department and a handful of overseas staffers who have until April 9th to return to the United States. The organization has about 300 people. Others retained for now are regional vice presidents who will be working with the staff in their areas to return to the U.S., according to one employee who was affected. An executive order last month from President Trump targeted the organization, which seeks to prevent and resolve conflicts, and, of course, 3 other agencies for closure. Board members who were nominated by the president and confirmed by the Senate and the Institute's president were fired. Later, again, reiterating, there was a standoff between employees who blocked Doge members from entering the Institute's headquarters near the State Department. Doge staff gained access in part with the help of the Washington police. A lawsuit ensued, and the judge, Beryl Howell, although they chastised Doge representatives for their behavior, did not reinstate the board members or allow employees to return to its workspace. You know what's interesting is this judge, Beryl Howell, chastising Doge representatives for their behavior, has nothing to say about the mass deleting of data, a terabyte worth, the employees locking themselves inside of the building, locking Doge out. So it was Doge and Elon Musk that behaved badly, but by Washington, D.C. standards, I guess the folks there at the United States Institute of Peace, they behaved appropriately, according to this judge. A White House spokeswoman, Ann Kelly, said in an email that the institution has failed to deliver peace and that Trump is carrying out his mandates to eliminate bloat and save taxpayer dollars. And that is absolute truth. It is absolute truth. 615-737-9986. So, in other words, the big update on this is that Elon Musk is now announcing that he has found all of that deleted data. And I guarantee you that within that deleted data, they're going to find it just like USAID. We're going to find out all kinds of horrific things that our government taxpayer dollars has gone to. And we're going to be sickened even more. But the whole point is for people that are saying, oh, Doge isn't accomplishing anything. We're not cutting anything. We're not cutting any money. Yes, we are. We're finding out what the Democrats have done. We're clawing some of that money back, and it will not be included in future budgets. All of this still is very important work. It's 521 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 89.7. Joan Jones. Hey, Joan, I couldn't help but notice you sound a little whiskey and cigarettes today.
Oh, no. No, I'm over that.
You've got a little bit, and KGB backed me up on this. You agreed that you've got that, I was sick, I'm no longer sick, but I've still got that sort of deep resonance about you that is really good, I have found, for cutting demo tapes.
Dan,
oh, yeah.
Do you know the one rule of this particular show?
Joan is always right?
That and never criticize her.
I'm not criticizing Joan. I think she sounds great.
The listeners will eat you alive.
She sounds great. Oh, trust me, nobody wants to.
You know why I sound like that, right?
See, why do you sound like that?
Because I've been smoking cigarettes and drinking whiskey back here.
That's right.
You guys want to join the party?
Listen,
come on.
We all got to get through the day somehow. Anyway,
I went
Joan
through
Jones.
my pack. I'm good.
What's coming up, Joan?
The National Weather Service conducted storm damage surveys yesterday. We'll tell you what they came up with. Also, one thing you should be aware of on this April Fool's Day. Those stories and more coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, everybody. That first segment, not as train wrecky as I thought it would be. So every morning, people are interested in the process of how we get, sort of put Nashville's morning news together. And so for me, I come in with about 4 or 5 topics completely prepped, depending on if I have any interviews or anything like that. Today, I don't have any interviews. I meant to set one up, and then I fell asleep. So I don't have any interviews today, which is fine because I've got plenty of stuff. Again, I've got 5 topics totally and completely prepped. And then what I have, and I've got a great segment, I'm looking forward to doing it in the 6th, where the Democrats are so incredibly toxic. You remember Gavin Newsom said that? And so now he is getting absolutely attacked. So he's being attacked by Democrats. He's obviously being attacked by Republicans because Gavin Newsom is an absolute buffoon. So his approval rating, just to give you a hint as to where I'm going in the 6th, his approval rating is down like 6 or 7% because he is dialoguing with Republicans on that podcast of his. But anyway, so then what I do is every morning I get a bunch of stuff just sent to me, right? By we call it like a prep sheet or whatever. I don't know. People have, prep sheets and every format has them. I have one. Sometimes I use stuff. Sometimes I don't. But I'm going to rattle off some of the topics, all right? And I'm curious as to whether or not you guys want me to talk about any of this. Trump signs an executive order with Kid Rock by his side. Did you see what Kid Rock was wearing? It was awesome. And they're talking about ticket scalping because that is an issue, ticket scalping. Kid Rock was wearing, it's like a nudie suit for rock and roll, if that makes any sense. We've got Caroline Levitt on the shakeup of the seats in the White House press room. Oh, that's a great story. I don't even have that right now. But it's a great, you know what's going on? So what's going on is apparently what's happening is the front row in the press room is going to be new media. And so everybody else, like whoever, New York Times and all those other yahoos, they're going to be put in the second, third, fourth, fifth rows and so forth. And they are losing their ever-loving mind. I'll probably end up doing that one. Press secretary versus NBC reporter on ICE detention of Tren de Aragua members. I may do that. And basically what I do, these are all clips that are sent. Because typically what I do is I'll go to YouTube or I'll go to Twitter, X, and I will get longer form clips and edit them down. I don't do, like some people will just like grab specific clips off of Twitter. I'll actually go to an actual interview and get longer clips because if I got 10, 12 minutes to fill, I want longer clips. Scott Jennings talks about today's election and low propensity voters. I do have a big segment on that as well. So we've got a lot coming up. It's going to be a big show. Let me know what you think of me filling this time during the breaks instead of silence, hearing me ramble on more than I already do. In the comment section, thanks for watching, particularly on YouTube. We'll see you in a few. .527, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. We do have those big special elections that is going on in Wisconsin today and also a couple in Florida. It is a very big day. It is a very big day indeed, so we're going to be covering those hopefully all day here on Super Talk 99.7. I talked a lot about this yesterday, the importance of the special election in Wisconsin. So that is part of what's going on today. And I've got some great audio that I'm going to play in the 6 o'clock hour on Scott Jennings and what he has to say, of course, on CNN. And he's talking about Trump's low propensity voters. Now, it almost sounds insulting. I'm going to talk a little bit about that coming up in the 6 o'clock hour. Really looking forward to that. I need some audio, if I could, KGB. Joan, this is my favorite soundbite of the day.
Okay. The Democratic brand is toxic right now.
That is, of course, Gavin Newsom.
The Democratic brand is toxic right now.
So now the Democrat Party is calling Gavin Newsom toxic.
Dan, do you want to know my favorite audio from yesterday?
Okay. What's your favorite audio from yesterday? I would love a piece of that wood.
Do you remember that?
I would love a piece of that wood. No, I don't remember.
You don't remember that? You asked me to clip it and everything.
Why would you pull that?
Hey,
because a super texter told him to.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
So
now
me.
You're listening to the super texters
Dan,
and not the host.
Exact quote from you. Hey, you see what Jason put on the text line? You should totally do that. That was your exact wording.
And I was talking about wood?
Well, because you're talking about like Andrew Jackson's like tree or something like that.
Oh, and that's right.
And all that good stuff. And you were like,
okay.
And as soon as you said it, you were like, okay, that was pretty funny.
So play it again?
Hold on, one more time.
Yeah. I would love a piece of that wood. Okay, good. You know what, Joan?
Yeah.
Kudos to KGB for pulling that off.
You know, he's worth every penny of that producer pay.
And pennies it is.
Yeah.
And pennies it is.
Yeah. I would love some pennies.
All right. Well, keep that up, you will. 529 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Got a lot more straight ahead.
Good morning, 5:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The National Weather Service has confirmed that 4 tornadoes that touched down during Sunday night, early Monday morning storm system. 2 were confirmed in Murray County, an EF2 in Hampshire and an EF1 in Mount Pleasant. In Fairview near the Hickman and Williamson County border, an EF0 touchdown. And in McEwen and Humphreys County, an EF1 has been confirmed. Now, we do have more stormy weather headed our way. It's tomorrow night through Sunday. So you want to keep it here on 99.7 WTN for all the latest information. Well, a bill that would require Tennessee schools to notify parents of a threat at the school within 48 hours is headed to Governor Bill Lee's desk for his signature. That bill passed a House vote yesterday afternoon. An endangered child alert has been issued for a 2-year-old girl from Murfreesboro. Harley Stover is her name. She's believed to be with her father, Brandon Stover. He does not have custody of the little girl. Harley was last seen yesterday, and the only description we have is that she was wearing blue jeans and she had no shoes. Her father is 6 foot tall with blue eyes, brown hair. If you spot them, call the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation at 800-TBI-FIND. Did you know what today is? Of course you did. It's April Fool's Day, and it means that there is a potential for pranks and a lot of fake advertisements for so-called new products.
On April Fool's Day, sometimes the pranks from famous brands can be obvious, like when Burger King announced they were launching a Whopper-flavored toothpaste.
To keep your mouth Whopper fresh.
Many companies will try and fool you into forwarding their content today, so let's prevent that and take a look at how they usually try and get you. Since we're talking food, sometimes those brands will be subtle. For example, last year, Dunkin' Donuts briefly changed their name to Donutses. And 7-Eleven claimed they were going to start canning hot dog sparkling water? I guess if it sounds gross, that's a good indicator of a lie.
Yeah, that certainly is gross. That's ABC's Danny New reporting. That is the latest news. We've got traffic and weather just ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
All right, so despite the fact that I sort of half admonished KGB for pulling that soundbite, people always think that bothers me. It doesn't. I actually love that. And when when JB would do it, when I forget who I worked with before JB, but whatever. But when people do it, I love it. Like they've got a whole big wall. KGB, how many sound bites? When we say wall, it's like a computer, and it's like just a bunch of buttons, and you just hit the computer button, and this stuff comes up. KGB, how many sound bites do you guys have of me on that wall?
We have about 8 or 9.
8 or 9? So, yeah, I mean, I say some things sometimes that, I know. People wonder if I do that on purpose. I really don't. I think if I tried to do it on purpose, it would like shank miserably. I say stuff that sometimes it just comes out wrong. You know what we call that? We call that authentic. We call that authentic. Yep. I couldn't make up some of the stuff that I say, even if I wanted to.
We have a top 4 list.
You have a top 4? You want to? We're coming back. Can you play? You want to play? Do you want to play him at 5:35? Because that one there is in my top. Probably 4 or 5. I mean, I don't even know. See, the thing is, there's stuff up there that I don't even remember. You know what I mean?
We do. We have scrapped a couple, so we only use mainly 4.
You scrapped a couple. You ran out of room. All right, yeah, we can play. And I'll see if I remember them because I don't even. Oh, all right. Traffic reports and news and weather. And all that stuff continues on the feed. So thank you for Oh, yeah. You know what, 7962, I agree with you. I wish that WTN had someone in Wisconsin to cover the special election. I do too, but sorry. All right, coming back.
Well, it's looking good now. There was an accident earlier, 24 the eastbound lanes right near the Joe B. Jackson Parkway exit, but looks like that has been cleared away at least to the shoulder and not causing any delays now. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to your April Fool's Day. It is April 1st of 2025. All right, so Joan, have you ever fallen victim to an April Fool's Day joke?
Only because of my kids.
Your kids have pulled April Fool's jokes on you?
Yeah, my oldest is, he's a computer nerd. And from an early age, I would wake up on April Fool's Day, and the first time I would open my computer, there would be that, like the barrel rolling screen, or I'd have the blue screen of death.
Yep.
You know, all those kind of things. And I would, obviously, like, not having no clue, run to him. What's wrong with my computer? They thought that was funny. And of course, there was a ransom for switching it back to normal. One time they recorded my voice message, like my answering my voice, so that when it rang, it was actually my ringtone. When it rang, like I was in the store and it rang, my phone rang and it said, "Hello, my name is Joan. I'm a middle-aged woman with graying hair." It was
wow.
My
That's
kids,
mean.
recorded in my kids' voices. They thought that was hysterical.
Oh, that is so funny.
Yeah, stuff like that.
High school.
But super cute.
High school.
My mom's too gullible, lovingly gullible for that, so I can't do stuff like that because she'll overreact.
High school, 1986.
Yeah.
April Fool's Day. I had a couple people walk up to me, and there was a particular girl that I had a crush on. And everybody knew it.
Oh, no.
So, in high school when people are like, hey, do you like this person? Do you like that person?
Yeah.
Right? So I had a couple of people walk up to me.
Oh, no.
And say that this particular girl liked me.
Oh, damn.
And
so
she
I, of
wanted
course,
you to ask her out, right?
I did.
Yeah.
I walked up to her.
Oh, no.
Because remember, I am like perpetually awkward. So I'm like, okay. My friends, of course, are egging me on because they were all involved in this too. This was like a big ruse.
Oh, no.
So they said, yeah, she likes you. So by the end of the day, I'd had a number of people say that she liked me and so forth.
Like a school-wide conspiracy.
That's kind of what it was. So I walked up to this girl. She was not in on it.
Oh, no.
Like she wasn't in on it. So this was this was an April Fool's joke, not only for me, but for her as well. So I go walking up, strutting my stuff, How you doing?
Oh, I can't look.
And to quote Bon Jovi, I was shot down in a blaze of glory.
Yeah. Yeah.
She said, who told you that?
Oh, no.
And I'm like, I kind of like everybody. And she just kind of laughed and she said, I think you've been duped or fooled on April Fool's Day.
Damn.
Whatever.
So mean.
Yeah, that was kind of messed up.
Like,
Were they like standing off to the side laughing while you were doing it?
No, I mean they probably were. You know what?
Yeah.
If it was the age of cell phones, this video would have gone viral.
I would have been homesick the next day.
I turned beet red, and it was so funny. Anyway,
not at the time. Was it? Did you have a sense of humor about it at the time, or were you like, I can't?
you know
be
what?
At school for the next
After
couple of
because
days.
my thing is I've developed a sense of humor about myself over the years,
Right.
And that was probably because I was in high school. That was probably one of those beginning moments where I told my mom that, and she said, "Son, you can either cry about it, get mad about it, or you can join in the laughter." And that kind of changed my life, really, to be honest with you, because I learned that it is so much easier to laugh at yourself and not take any criticism, any things that happen to you very seriously. Because your perspective, can you imagine, Joan, and KGB, you can probably relate to this too, but all the criticisms that we get as radio people, can you imagine if you actually took a lot of this stuff to heart?
Oh, like let it get to you?
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. I mean, I would be under the desk in the fetal position if
we wouldn't be working here if we couldn't handle it.
Well, you couldn't work in radio.
No way.
And so, for me, I mean, the whole self-deprecating thing that I have about me, that really started on that day. So
yeah, like every host, like here, like you see the chat, like the text line. There's haters for everyone. And if you can't handle that, then you're in the wrong business.
One guy said to Chad Benson, I love Chad. One guy said, and I didn't hear this myself, but several people told me about it, where somebody posted on the super text line, I don't know how Mandis won a Marconi, right?
Oh,
I guess Chad read it. I don't know, whatever. I don't even know what Chad said to that. But I'm the first guy to tell you, I have no idea how I won a Marconi. Like, I am as surprised as anybody else.
So when I worked for Chad, I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago, when his producer was gone, someone left him a voicemail, and he just, like, called him all these words that I don't think we're allowed to say on the air. It just he was just like, because he criticized Trump on one thing, and it's like, you can't, like, the guy just couldn't handle you. He's like, you're either all for Trump or not. It's like, that's obviously not true, but he just went off on Chad, and Chad's just laughing. Because that's how you can handle those crazy people.
Yeah, you know what? Behind the psyche of a talk show host, again, you can either get angry, you can feed off of it, or you can look at these things with a sense of humor. Now, so Chad, he feeds off that stuff, and he looks at it with a sense of humor. Others will, argue and get mad, and I just... If I disagree with Trump on something, I'm not afraid to say it. And if people get mad, well, people are going to get mad. But my favorite part is when people always say, and JB and I used to talk about this all the time, I'm never listening to you ever again.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right, Joan?
Yeah.
And then the next, I once did it, and it's kind of a joke, but every few days I would get a text from a super texter, I'm never listening to you again, right? And then I went through... We went back like 8 months. This dude had said over and over again, I'm never listening to you again. And it's like, well, you're still listening.
Yeah.
So obviously, and whatever. I mean, listen, I appreciate the feedback regardless as to whether or not it is positive or negative or whatever.
So one of our listeners wants me to spike your coffee. So,
our loving listeners.
Yeah, well,
What do they God, Lord help us, what do they want you to spike my coffee with?
Cough syrup. I mean, really, it's not a terrible thing, but they'd like to see me spike your coffee.
Just drowsy Dan the rest of the show.
Yeah, wouldn't that be
Drowsy
that
Dan.
kind of would be fun.
I don't know what else I mean, I don't think cough syrup would knock you out unless you put a lot in there. So you would just be like a little just out of it.
Maybe we could get like a gummy, and if it's hot enough, it would it would melt in your coffee,
Dan
and
with
then
an
you'd be
edible.
high on the air. What do you think about that, Dan? Would that be funny?
Should we just give
Jonah,
Dan
you
an
hold
edible?
on,
okay
hold
with
on,
that?
hold on, KGB. Jonah, are you daring me to admit what happened one time?
Well, I think
Are
you
you
have
daring
to,
me?
I think you have to talk about it
Wait,
now.
did I miss
Yeah,
something?
this is a great story.
I might have heard
All right,
this, but
so I'm going to admit this, and I probably shouldn't, but JB one time brought in some. It's all legal to help me sleep, THC, that kind of thing.
Oh, yeah.
So to help me sleep, we had to stay over here at the hotel. I don't know if it was weather, what it was. So I took it to help me sleep. Everybody knows I cannot sleep without help. So he gives me this gummy thing, and it was legal, you know. And I took it, and it didn't help. So then I got ticked off, and I took the whole damn thing.
No. Dan.
So I show up at work,
Oh, my goodness.
and I walk into the newsroom, and I'm like, guys, I think I'm stoned. And I'm like 10 minutes from going on the air. And I'm just like banging into walls.
Do you know how many milligrams each one was? Did he
I
tell
don't
you?
know. It was a lot. I mean, I was worried that I wasn't going to be able to broadcast.
So if you're not usually taking those, if you take more than I think it's like 10 milligrams, it hits you hard.
Yeah. And apparently for me, it's like a delayed reaction or something. And so I'm like, I think I can do it. I drank like 5 cups of coffee before the show, and I'm trying to just sober up.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my
And Ken and Ken and Johnny, I didn't know this. Ken and Johnny are texting amongst each other like, I don't think he's going to be able to do this.
Oh my gosh.
Were
So-
they making alternate plans?
They were.
Yeah.
They were. Johnny was like, you know what? For the sake of Dan's career, I'll step in if I have to.
What day was it? Do you remember the day?
I don't remember. I would love to go back.
I want to go back and watch this.
Oh, this was pre-camera. This was pre-camera.
Oh, it was
This is how
that's
long ago it was.
disappointing.
And so I think this was the first year of the morning show, but I'm not sure. So I cracked the mic, and the only thing they said was you couldn't really tell, except that I kept laughing at inappropriate things. And that was it. And then by 6 o'clock, I was perfectly fine. And I was horrified, though, that I was going to ruin my career, completely destroy my career because I went on stoned. But I really wasn't. I was confident that I could do it. And I pulled it off rather okay. But I got to tell you, man, I was worried, and they were worried too. And yes, they were making alternate plans, but I pulled it off, and that must be why I won that Marconi. It's that kind of professionalism.
That day.
That's
that
what
day.
it is.
I got drunk on purpose on the air one time.
Did you
On
really?
purpose?
Yeah, so
It's like your last day or something?
no, it was the whole show did. So it was a show that I was doing
Oh.
at the time in Philadelphia with somebody who's now a national television host, and we decided that we were going to see how much it would take for us to be legally drunk. So we had somebody there that we would blow into the breathalyzer
Yes.
so that we could see at what point
Like
how
Johnny
many-
Fever and WKRP.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
So we did Cosmopolitans. We had somebody, we had somebody there mixing Cosmopolitans for us, and just blowing into the breathalyzer to
Sure.
see when we were drunk, when we were too drunk, and when I was too drunk to, tell a story on the air.
Did your reactions like Johnny Fever? Did your reactions get faster the more you had to drink?
No, I get
Okay.
slower. I get,
I'm
comfy.
Joan
Yeah.
Jones.
Yep.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, actually.
WTN
We should do that
News.
sometime. We
Like,
should. We
all
should
get drunk.
It's research. I mean,
It
right?
is research.
It's research.
The problem
We
is I'm
need to
such
know.
the problem is I'm such a lightweight.
Yeah.
That I would be. I would not. I would
So-
be one drink and I'd be gone.
So I'm not a big drinker. I rarely drink. But my family history, I manage, when I do drink, I can drink. That's why again, I don't think I have a drink this year yet.
Yeah.
I'm very good with that.
I think
Yeah.
we
So
need to do mimosas in the morning on Fridays. That's what we
Ooh.
should do.
brunch kind of
Yeah,
stuff. 5
Mimo-
a.m. brunch.
It's a Mandis Mimosa Friday morning.
Love it.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, let's call the bosses and see if they'll approve.
I was going to say I don't think the corner. I don't think the as we affectionately call the office of no. I'm pretty sure the office of no would be no.
Well, they're asleep at 5 a.m.
Here's
so
the
we
thing.
can get away with it.
I bet you if I could get a liquor store to sponsor Mandis Mimosa Friday, they would allow me to do it.
Well, we also need to try your Dangrias.
We could do Dangrias as well.
I mean,
if we
I've heard
wanted to
so
do
much
that.
about them. I think I think me and Joe need to try one. At least.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. You know who makes some great Dangrias is Cabana Wife Wilson.
Oh.
I have heard this.
Yeah. You guys don't know what she did to save my wedding, do you? Joan,
No.
you weren't here. KGB,
No.
you weren't here.
To save your wedding?
She saved my wedding. Cabana Wife Wilson saved my
She drugged
wedding.
you?
No. She drugged Amy. That's the only reason Amy said yes. Totally kidding. We were getting
April
married
Fools.
very quickly. We were getting married at the Parthenon, right?
Oh, you were?
So, yeah, that's where we got married, the Parthenon.
Great location.
So, I think it was 2 days before the wedding. The Parthenon said you can't have red wine at your reception because of the floors.
Oh, my goodness.
We had like 50 bottles of red wine. And so we're like, what the hell are we going to do? Because we had Amy Rita's and Dan Gria's.
Oh, my goodness.
And so Cabana Wife Wilson, who is just, she is so amazing in so many different ways. So she concocted a Dangria with white wine.
Oh.
So do you know that I still have like 25 bottles of this red wine that I cannot give away in my basement because we had it for the wedding, which was, 3.5 years ago, 2.5, which is a while ago.
Oh, that's too
So anyway,
funny.
yeah. So she saved the wedding. So there you go, Cabana
So
Wife
you had
Wilson.
the ceremony and the reception there, or just the reception?
Ceremony and reception. So if you've ever been to the Parthenon,
It's beautiful.
they have the steps. You ever been to the Parthenon, Joan?
No, actually, I have not.
They have the steps, and so I
Yeah.
got married on the steps of the Parthenon.
Oh, that's very
And
cool.
then-
I didn't know you could do that.
Oh yeah, and then we had a whole bunch of people that were just like on the, on the porch or whatever.
So were you facing the pond?
Yeah, I was facing the pond, and then got married there, and then we went inside for said reception, and it was great. I had a great time.
I love it. That is
Yeah.
very cool.
I would highly recommend if you're getting married. I would highly recommend that you don't. Totally kidding. Totally kidding.
Oh.
No. I'm
Honestly,
kidding.
Amy, it was an April Fool's Day joke.
That's exactly what that
Yeah.
was. No, I would highly recommend the Parthenon. This is not a commercial, but
It's
a
also a
great
great date location. If you want to take a date on
It's a great
walk
date
in the
location.
park,
That's
yeah.
right. So when it's our anniversary, Amy and I will go to the Parthenon and have a picnic.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Perhaps if it decides to stop raining around here, we can take a trip to the Parthenon.
That's exactly right. Okay, it is 5:53 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Coming up in the 6 o'clock hour.
The Democratic brand is toxic right now.
That and a whole lot more straight ahead. The Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737 WWTN. By the way, if you heard that whole bit about me on, what in the world? If you heard that whole bit about me, on the gummies during the show that one time,
Yeah.
don't tell members of management. I'm not sure how they'd respond.
Right, I'm sure
But
they're
I do
never going to hear
believe
the story.
I do believe the statute of limitations has run.
Has run out?
I
Yeah.
think so. All right, 5:54, Joan.
So speaking of all that rain, we are under a flood watch, or we will be starting tomorrow all the way through Sunday. More on our weather coming up here at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right. It's 5:55. I hope I didn't get myself into trouble telling that story on the air about the whole gummy thing. But I'm looking at the chat line on YouTube. Want to say hello to some folks. Michelle, hello. I like you filling in during the silence. Thank you. You know, I fill in for everybody else, like across the country. I might as well fill the silence as well. The press conference with Kid Rock was epic, along with his outfit. Hello, Snark. How are you? Let's see here. Jet Builder 98. Good morning, everyone. By the way, people are hitting me up on the super text line wanting to take all those bottles of wine that I have. People miss Johnny B. Of course, we all miss Johnny B. I talked to Johnny the other day. He's doing really well. Let's see here. Turd Ferguson. School-aged kids can be so mean. Yeah, boy, that's true. Although I wasn't really picked on in school. KGB, were you picked on in school? You seem like the type that would be picked on in school.
Yeah. Cops had me called one time.
Yeah? Oh,
They went after
well,
me
that went
not for
dark.
being Jewish.
That went dark quick. That escalated quickly. I was more invisible in high school. Like I was part of a group of kids. Like I wasn't a jock. I wasn't a musician. I tried to play sports, but I think the word tried is like the operative word. I wasn't really all that smart, but I really wasn't all that dumb. I really wasn't cool. So I was sort of like, I'd be willing to bet if you asked people from my high school if they remembered me, most of them have no idea who the hell I was. I was literally, you know. Oh, coming back. All right. So. .558, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. I'm having, Joan, you'll love this. So during the commercial breaks, the longish commercial breaks, I'm sort of just talking to folks there in the streaming chat, the video chat. And KGB and I were talking about being picked on in high school. You know, were you bullied in high school?
Yeah.
And so those are the kinds of confessionals that we're talking about during the commercial breaks on the stream. So if you can check out the stream, please do. As Chris Hand likes to say, we have to feed our kids. So if you watch us on YouTube, you can rewind and fast forward. And if something that I said didn't make sense, I've found that sometimes if you rewind and listen a second time, maybe it does make a little bit more sense. But you can rewind and fast forward if you want to watch it after we get off the air at 9. You can do that if you're driving in and you're not watching the radio show. You're listening on the radio, but you're wondering what is actually happening during the breaks these days. Well, you can go to the YouTube chat and you can find the commercial breaks and you can see what all the fun is about there. I do like it because it's kind of, not that the radio show is scripted, but it's kind of a little more unscripted. We found out that KGB was picked on because he was Jewish at school. That's kind of terrible.
Yeah, true story.
True story. So, yeah, kids can be mean. Kids can be really, really mean. Anyway, got a lot more straight ahead. Speaking of mean, we're going to talk about the mean old Democrats coming up next. It is Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's now 6 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. It's overcast this morning and 46 degrees, but wow, what a gorgeous afternoon we have. High of 69 degrees under sunny skies. And then it's all about the weather. Yeah, the National Weather Service confirming what a lot of people in Murray and Humphrey counties already knew, that there were tornadoes that touched down during Sunday night storms. In fact, there were 4 confirmed tornadoes. And we've got more bad weather headed our way as well. There's been a flood watch issued for the entire WTN listening area. It begins tomorrow night and it'll end on Sunday.
1 to 2 inches down to the south and east. That's why there's no flood watch in those areas. But as you head to the north and east, we could see anywhere from 3 to 6 inches. Some areas could get over 6 inches of rain far off to the north and west.
WTN, make that Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro. We'll have more on the weather here right after the news. And stay with us here on WTN. We will be tracking the weather all the way through Sunday as it moves into the Nashville area. Other news, Hooters is shifting away from its skimpy waitress outfits for a more family-friendly vibe as that chain is weathering a financial crisis.
Facing nearly $400 million in debt, the chain now filing for bankruptcy protection as it looks to sell its company-owned restaurants to 2 groups backed by the original founders. Many restaurant chains have been struggling with rising costs and customers cutting back in the face of inflation. Red Lobster and TGI Fridays also filing for bankruptcy recently.
ABC's Lionel Moisey reporting there. Starting today, you can expect to see more state troopers on the roads as the state's Operation Hands-Free initiative begins. Here's Channel 4's Alexandria Adams.
The Tennessee Highway Patrol Office will be making sure that drivers are not violating the state's hands-free law. You know, it is illegal for drivers to hold a cell phone or a mobile device with any part of their body.
You know, this is all part of the National Distracted Driving Awareness Month. Market Numbers Report now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
After a day of wild gyrations, the Dow Jones gained 418 points to finish Monday, a point above 42,000. The S&P gained 0.5% during the trading session. The Nasdaq Composite fell 0.14%. With a raft of new tariffs on goods imported from just about everywhere to take effect tomorrow, Goldman Sachs has raised the chances of a recession to 35%. The company also has lowered its forecast for U.S. economic growth this year to 1.5%. Hooters has filed for bankruptcy, but insists it isn't going anywhere. The restaurant chain plans to sell its 100 company-owned locations to a pair of franchise groups. It intends to emerge from bankruptcy in as little as 90 days. After a 2-month pause to update a software issue, Amazon is resuming drone deliveries in Texas and Arizona, the 2 states where the service is being tested. Amazon has set a goal of delivering 500 million packages by drone per year by 2030. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Stock future is falling a bit here. We now have the Dow futures minus 160. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather up next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, looks like things are slowing down in a couple of spots this morning. Those volume delays that you expect heading in. Also want to let you know that in Silver Point on 40 eastbound at Smithville, McMinnville Road, that's Tennessee 56, there's a crash and the left lane is blocked by it. I hate when that happens. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.607 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. How are you? How are you? It is April 1st. So if you walk into the kitchen of your place of employment and you see what you think is a box of donuts and it's actually vegetables, well, you'll know why. Because it is April Fool's Day.
That would be really mean.
That's fighting words.
Yeah.
Them's are fighting words. Anyway, we got a lot going on. Super Text line is open. 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Again, we have a lot of news to talk about. One of the things that I like, and I'm going to weave a whole bunch of headlines into this one conversation, and that is the state of the Democrat Party. Now, you've got Gavin Newsom, governor for the state of California, and he said this about the Democrats.
The Democratic brand is toxic right now.
All right, so new polling shows that Democrats are, again, at a low point. This is just this morning. A new Harvard CAPS poll shows that 37% of voters said they approve, only 37% approve of their party. Now, this follows the dismal polling from CNN and other places as well. No big surprises. And Gavin Newsom, he has been wrong on so many issues, so many times, but you know what? He is right on this.
The Democratic brand is toxic right now.
So when you talk about why, let's just look at the headlines. The attack on Tesla dealerships, siding with illegal alien gangbangers, lying to the American people about Joe Biden, Jasmine Crockett and her constant racism. It does go on. And for the Democrats, I mean, the headlines every day provide fuel and fodder for people to dislike the Democrat Party.
The Democratic brand is toxic right now.
Now, Bill Maher had Gavin Newsom on his show the other day. And as Newsom is out there, and this is, I think, points to the desperation of the Democrat Party. Newsom is out there trying to paint himself as a moderate. By the way, very much like Kamala Harris did. Remember when Harris, she announced that she was running, and George Stephanopoulos described her as one of the more moderate senators that were in the Senate. And everybody was like, boy, that is a lie. She is actually the most liberal. Well, now you've got Gavin Newsom trying to portray himself as this moderate. And so I love what Maher did. He challenged him on the bureaucratic nightmare that he helped create in California.
But let's talk about what's important. My roof.
Your roof.
My roof.
Is this the solar? Is this we're back to the solar?
After the fire.
It's always about the solar.
After the fire,
yes, Bill.
New roof, they suggested, get the stuff that's not, okay. 2 inspections I needed to have. Why? It's my roof. If it falls on my head, that's my problem.
So if you're unfamiliar with the story, they had a fire. And so Maher, who has a place in California, was trying to replace his roof. And California, with their hundreds of thousands of regulations, he had to pay out of pocket for these inspections, and he was really angry.
Why do I need 2 inspections, which I have to pay for?
Yeah.
Now, when you were here last time, we talked about regulations. You said, oh, it's a completely new day.
Well, no, wait.
It's not.
It's a quote from you. Completely new day.
Well, I mean,
you said you were working on it.
By the way, and last week you had Ezra Klein on, which was incredibly important. He wrote a book called Abundance, which really lays out a very condemning picture of liberal governance in this country and the fact that we are process-focused and not outcome-focused. And your demonstrable example of that is relates to what you've tried to do with your damn roof for the last 15 years. Right. And so it's our job to eliminate as many of those thickets
How's that going, though?
as possible.
It's not going. That's the point. I mean, basically what is happening with Gavin Newsom is he's trying to distance himself from the dysfunction of the Democrat Party, even though dude is neck deep in that dysfunction. He's trying to separate it and trying to make it look like he's on the outside. When in reality, he's one of the ones that poured gasoline and lit the party on fire with all of this insanity. And so he's basically criticizing his own actions for the past, 10 years or whatever it is that he's been the governor of the state of California. And so the crazy thing about all of this is Gavin Newsom, he's going on about these things, and he talks about how California has done well, he says, under emergency situations, but the day-to-day regulations are strangling the state. And Bill Maher is right to be angry, but, this is such a tone-deaf response from Gavin Newsom.
I couldn't agree more with Ezra. It's an indictment of liberal governance and leadership. And he attacks California rightfully in many categories and respects, the high-speed rail, as it relates to housing production, and we own that.
Well, when you say we, do you mean you? Do you own that? And it's not just Gavin Newsom. It's a lot of people within the party. And by the way, if you're part of the party, the Democrat Party, and you're not calling out either the massive regulations or the toxicity of the party, if you're not calling it out, but you consider yourself like a normal or moderate Democrat, well, then you got to call that stuff out. I mean, Gavin Newsom is trying to call this stuff out, but it falls very tone deaf because he's been a big part of the problem. And so my comment to him would be, well, then fix it. Fix California. And by the way, in case you don't know, I'm from California. And the California that I grew up, and I loved California, has become just as toxic as the Democrats themselves. This is from the California Globe, the one conservative voice in California. This is a headline. Governor Gavin Newsom, how to destroy California in less than 10 years. He helped create a housing shortage due to overregulation, raising the minimum wage to force a bunch of layoffs and a whole lot more. Details straight ahead. Time to check the roads on WTN. Very good. Your weather for today, 89 degrees, partly cloudy now, 46 degrees on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. So, Governor Gavin Newsom, very much in the headlines. The California Globe, again with the headline, How to Destroy California in Less Than 10 Years. One of the things that he did, he raised the minimum wage to force a whole bunch of layoffs. You folks remember that. They legalized drugs in California. They killed manufacturing because of climate policies in California. They limited energy production in California. They ordered all internal combustion cars to be banned by 2035. And they, of course, as y'all know, they destroyed the public education system by watering down disciplines like math and English, and instead infusing woke policies that did nothing but teach hate and racism. That's what Gavin Newsom did. And so as much as he tries to run away from the toxicity of the Democrat Party, he's been a big part of the problem. Now, Mandis, why are you talking about Gavin Newsom? Why does he matter? He matters because he is one of the leaders of the Democrat Party. He has presidential aspirations. He is trying to do what Kamala Harris did, which is try and make himself look like a moderate. And I'm here to tell you, he is, in my opinion, failing miserably because just like Kamala Harris, you cannot run from your record. And so he is trying to sound like the voice of reason for the Democrats.
It's really been interesting, the reaction to the podcast. I mean, we had some controversial figures on, I'll acknowledge that, and Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and some others. But you're right. I mean, this idea that we can't even have a conversation with the other side.
You have to. They won.
Thank you. That's it. Bottom line.
Well, I would say this. If I were Bill Maher, then I would ask him about the likes of Jasmine Crockett and the things that she says about Republicans. But here's the point. Well, Gavin Newsom, he might be talking a good game right now. He's just trying to position himself, obviously, for 2028.
Or the notion we just have to continue to talk to ourselves or we're in the same damn echo chamber. These guys are crushing us. The Democratic brand is toxic right now. We had a high water mark 2 weeks ago, and that was a CNN poll at 29% favorability. It's dropped in the NBC poll down to 27%. It's one thing to make noise, but you also have to make sense. And I think with this podcast and having the opportunity to dialogue with people I disagree with, it's an opportunity to try to find common ground.
You know what's interesting? What's bizarre here and what is fascinating is that he's talking about, open dialogue, common ground, speaking to the other side. This is the same governor that signed a bill into law forcing social media companies to report hate speech and disinformation. Now, folks, you and I both know that to the Democrats, hate speech and disinformation is literally anything that they disagree with. I mean, if you were out there saying, the laptop is real, the laptop is real. Gavin Newsom, and by the way, we all knew that the laptop was not Russian disinformation. We all knew that the laptop was real. But under Gavin Newsom's regime, that would have been considered disinformation and hate speech. And so he's talking a good game about dialoguing, but he was one of the main instigators in shutting down conservatives who had opinions on COVID, who had opinions on politics, who had opinions on, things like where COVID actually came from, which was, as we all now know, a Chinese lab, which something conservatives always said. So now Gavin Newsom, because he is having these open dialogues with conservatives, you know that his polling is now cratering. One poll shows him, before the podcast, his numbers were at 52%. They are now at 47%. And dropping. And I think part of what's going on is that Newsom is just not being honest about his past record. He's not being honest about being a radical progressive whose policies have helped kill the state of California. But you know what? As we wrap this up, one thing he is right about.
The Democratic brand is toxic right now.
That is the one thing that Gavin Newsom is right about. And the thing is, this isn't going to end anytime soon, the toxicity of the Democrats. I saw this, and this was interesting, and we're going to end on this. I saw a meme, Truth in Memes, right? Do you know that on TikTok, Donald Trump has 152 million views, apparently, on all the different videos and stuff that they've produced? The Democrats, they only have 38 million. Trump and the Republicans on TikTok, 152 million. The Democrats, 38 million. What does that tell you about where the Republicans and the Democrats are? But we have some issues going on in Florida and also in Wisconsin. We've got that story for you coming up and a whole lot more. It is Nashville's Morning News. At 6:30, Joan Jones is coming up with the news. Joan, what do you got?
We'll tell you where those 4 tornadoes touched down during Sunday's storms. And we'll take a look at what's coming up for us in the weather. Could be a pretty stormy week ahead. Those stories coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.621 Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here, friends. Every night at homework time, I thank the Lord for Xfinity Internet. Now, in my house, we can stay connected with Wi-Fi coverage that delivers the speed we need, and you can too. You know, I do all of that working from home. I do shows all across the country, nationally as well. And I do a lot of that in my basement, courtesy of my rock-solid internet with Xfinity. Homework and our jobs don't wait for the internet to work. You need a reliable connection even when everyone at home is online and working. I rely on Xfinity. And by the way, if there are issues, Xfinity has 24/7 customer service here for you whenever you need it with in-home Wi-Fi support. And by the way, if you're on the go, you can stay connected as well with over 20 million secure Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots nationwide. So get the best Wi-Fi for your life. Whether it's doing homework with the kids or work for the paycheck, rock-solid internet is only a phone call away with Xfinity. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 1-800-XFINITY, online at Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. .624 Nashville's Morning News. The Glock Store. Listen, America is full of gun stores. Here in Middle Tennessee, my home for all things two-way is the Glock Store. Whether it is training, buying, or upgrading, you can count on the Glock Store. Now, one of the reasons why Glocks are the most important handgun in America is that there's so many custom and performance parts. You've got night sights and competition triggers and red dot optics. So many ways to upgrade your firearm, personalize your firearm, and they can do it at the Glock Store. And they're going to install those parts for free while you wait. Lots of reasons to like the Glock Store. Don't forget, on May 31st, Saturday, it is their annual open house. They've got all kinds of amazing giveaways, and they've got big-time discounts as well. Find them online. Get all the details about the open house, May 31st, on Saturday. 2 websites, shoot270.com and glockstore.com. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 627, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Is Joan back there?
I am.
Joan, did you see what Kid Rock was wearing yesterday?
Yeah,
So Kid Rock,
did.
Nashville's own Kid Rock, right? I think we can say he's Nashville's own, Middle Tennessee's own. And the only way that I can describe what he was wearing, it's like you know how country folks, they wear these nudie suits where it's, I don't even know how you describe nudie suits, but they're just all country and Western, right? Kid Rock was wearing a nudie suit, but for rock and roll.
So many sequins. It must have weighed him down a lot.
I could imagine. And I mean, he was digging it. I mean, this is what Kid Rock does, right? So I thought it was great. And he was in the Oval Office. And I guess what they were targeting was unfair scalping of concert tickets. And maybe I'll get into that. I don't know. You ever bought from a scalper, Joan?
No. I don't think so.
No, I haven't either.
Not a scalper, but secondary sellers.
Are there still, here's a dumb question. Are scalpers still a thing? Like, I remember going to a concert way back when, and, you know, you got some guy, and he's got a bunch of tickets in his coat pocket, and he's like,
pulls it out. Yeah.
I got tickets.
I still see the guy that has a sign that says need tickets, which I'm assuming is like his first step to scalping. Like, I still see that going around.
It's so weird because you'd go to a concert and you'd see one guy that says need tickets, and you'd see another guy that says I want tickets. And it's like, can I introduce you two? Because one guy says he wants tickets, another guy says he has tickets. It's like, come on, guys, you're like right next to each other. I don't really, I mean, obviously I understand the scalping business where, you know, if it's a sold out concert, you're willing to pay, you know, way over.
Scalping
but
is online
different
now.
It's all different now because they use computers to buy up tickets instantly as soon as, something goes on sale. And this happened with Taylor Swift's Eras Tour.
Absolutely.
The bots go and they buy up all the tickets and then they resell them at ridiculous prices, but they're the only tickets available because they've already all been bought.
I remember going to, and I bet you remember this too, Joan, where you would show up at, like, for me in California, it was Music Plus.
Yeah.
You know, Rolling Stones are coming. I remember this. Rolling Stones are coming to town, and you got to get in line at Music Plus at, midnight so that you're in line to get tickets. I remember those days.
Yeah.
Those were good times. Anyway, it is 6:30, Nashville's Morning News. Okay, so coming up next, all the latest on what is going on in those special elections in Wisconsin, also in Florida, what Donald Trump said about that yesterday. It's all straight ahead. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 6:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Some residents in Murray County still cleaning up after 2 tornadoes touched down on Sunday night. Here's Channel 4's Steve Mealing.
A confirmed EF1 tornado with 100-mile-per-hour winds touched down in Andrew Phillips' neighborhood, turning the streets into a firewood pile. While his neighbors escaped mostly unscathed, the countryside just miles away was a different story.
It could have been a lot worse, so I'm thankful it was, as calm as it was.
The second tornado in Murray County, a confirmed EF2, found its way to Hampshire, knotting trees on South Cross Bridges Road and gashing homes in its path on Rippey Lake Road.
And 2 more tornadoes were confirmed by the National Weather Service, an EF0 in Williamson County and an EF1 in Humphreys County. Now, as for our current weather situation, we do have a flood watch that's already been issued for the entire Middle Tennessee area, as a storm system is expected to stall out over us after it arrives late tomorrow. Keep it here on Super Talk 99.7. We will keep you informed. Voters in Wisconsin and Florida head to the polls today. They'll vote in elections that could reflect on how Americans feel about the Trump administration's buzzsaw approach to changing the direction of the country. Now, in Florida, voters replace Congress members Matt Gaetz and Mike Waltz in a reliably red state. Also in Wisconsin, President Trump has backed Brad Schimel for a seat on the liberal-leaning state Supreme Court. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 6:31, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here with a question for you, friends. If your roof was destroyed in a storm, and we've had some in the last couple of days, and we're getting some coming up, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, these days with this sort of weather cycle that we seem to be in, this is more relevant than ever. If you don't know what the policy is with your current insurance company, well, then you do need to ask them, because some insurance companies refuse to pay full replacement cost. They're going to deduct money for an older roof. Now, this means that the insurance company will depreciate how much they pay for your roof claim. If you've got an older roof, they're going to pay you less. That could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, my friends at King & Associates Insurance, they will pay full replacement cost. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they will pay for it to be replaced, period. So call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out and get your royal review. King & Associates Insurance, 615-329-8121, 615-329-8121, tkinginsurance.com. .634, Dan Mandis here for Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They're in the middle of their spring rebate madness sale going on right now at Busy Bee. Listen to these rebates. A mini split 17 SEER or heat pump 17 SEER, that is an $800 rebate. Heat pumps 15 and 16 SEER, that's a $500 rebate from Busy Bee. Duct sealing or repair, that is a $300 rebate. They offer you so many ways to save at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. You join the Beehive Club today, you're going to get a $50 rebate on your spring and fall tune-ups. Now, what that means is that you do this and you've already saved enough money to pay for the Beehive membership for the year. So they'll even file, by the way, those rebates so you don't have to. There's a ton of benefits also with the Beehive Club. I've been a Beehive member for over 10 years. Take it from me, friends. It is worth it. BusyBeeHVAC.com, 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833, BusyBeeHVAC.com.
It's a crash on Bell Road, south of Hickory Highlands Drive in the Rural Hill area this morning. That would involve some injuries. And then clogging things up in Clarksville on 24, the eastbound lanes, just past Wilma Rudolph Boulevard, exit 4. Got an accident there as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.635, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. How are you, friends? Super text line is open. 615-737-9986. 615-737-WWTN. Somebody says y'all ought to have a Kid Rock on. I would love to have Kid Rock on.
Oh, that'd be cool.
There's no way he's going
to. Have you asked him?
Do you know the story of me and Kid Rock?
Oh.
And Brian?
You have a history?
So way back when, just give me 1 minute, folks, and then I'll get to the content. But Brian and I were broadcasting live from Kid Rock's establishment. And I don't remember even why we were there. But we were there, and Kid Rock was walking out, and we were trying to get him to come over. And so we start screaming. He's leaving the establishment. We're live on the air, and we're screaming for Kid Rock to come over. It was so embarrassing. And he's looking over at us, and there's, me and Brian. Not exactly your stereotypical Kid Rock fans, although I don't really know.
Yeah.
He came over. I wish I had a tape of this.
Oh, wow.
I remember saying, oh my gosh, is he coming over here? And Brian bagged him for like 5 minutes, had a great interview with him. Here's what's funny. I don't even remember what we talked about. But
were you imbibing?
No, not that early in the morning. Not me, Joan.
Yeah, okay.
Anyway,
I'm just
moving right
asking.
along. So I would love to get Kid Rock on, but it's just I'm not going to say he's too big for us, but he's just, he's got a massive media presence. And sometimes with some of those folks, it just doesn't make sense for them to come on a little old morning radio show.
You're thinking wrong.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. I don't know if he's good enough to be on the air with us.
Oh, wow.
You're
okay.
right?
Sure,
right?
Joan.
Turn it around, buddy.
Betty says she was listening on that day, 10:02.
Really?
Betty was listening that day.
That's cool.
That's right.
How long ago was this?
Years.
Yeah.
He was hosting the morning show. So, it has to be at least because I'm coming up on 3.5 years, and it was when he was on the morning show. So it's got to be about, 5-6 years ago now?
Yeah.
Whatever it's been. Just a lot of fun. All right, moving right along. It is 6:38. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. So, as you know, and I've been covering this quite a bit, need some audio, KGB. I've been talking about what is going on today. It's a very big political day. People are going to say, I can hear my consultant now. Why are you talking about special elections in Wisconsin and Florida? Because it affects us here. And if you're a supporter of Donald Trump, you need to very much pay attention to these elections, the special elections in Wisconsin specifically, and Florida as well. And this is what President Trump said yesterday about these special elections. It's a Supreme Court opening in the state of Wisconsin.
Yeah, there's a big race, and I hope you get out and vote for the Republican. The woman is a radical left lunatic, and let's see who wins. But the woman will be very bad. And Wisconsin's a big state politically, and the Supreme Court has a lot to do with elections in Wisconsin. So if whoever it is that's running, including, even Senate races, et cetera, but whoever it is in 4 years that runs, having Wisconsin is a very big, we won it early and big, but winning Wisconsin's a big deal. So therefore, the Supreme Court choice, that is the one you're talking about right now. It's a big race. It's going to be announced fairly shortly.
All right, so that is Donald Trump. Now, you heard him talk about the Supreme Court, so I'll go ahead and put that in a very brief context for you. Hopefully you heard my coverage on this yesterday. But the Supreme Court right now, it has a liberal bent, and the Supreme Court special election, it could be neutralized with a win for the Republicans. But if they remain liberal, they will more than likely redistrict in Wisconsin. And what they'll do, and Republicans do this too, they'll redistrict 2 congressional seats away from the Republicans in the House of Representatives, and it'll end up going to a couple of Democrats. Now, when you have such as everybody keeps saying, a razor-thin majority in the House of Representatives, that is going to be huge. So, yeah, this could be a very big problem in Wisconsin.
We are going to elect Brad Schimmel to the Wisconsin Supreme Court. We're going to save Wisconsin, save the court.
That is our friend Scott Pressler. Of course, as you may or may not know, as I've been mentioning, I've interviewed him a couple of times. He goes to all of these various states where there's important things going on, and he tries to get out the vote. I love what Elon Musk had to say about these special elections. By the way, not only in Wisconsin, we've also got the congressional seats of Matt Gaetz and also Mike Waltz in Florida that are also up for a special election today because Matt Gaetz, of course, as you know, he thought about running for attorney general. He resigned his seat, and ultimately he dropped out of the attorney general race. Pam Bondi eventually got it. Mike Waltz, he dropped out of Congress. He quit Congress to go join the Trump administration as a national security advisor. So, part of this is on Trump. And I'm just going to tell you, part of this is on Trump because he did pick what he thought were safe Republican seats. And so he pulled some good Republicans, some good conservatives out of the House of Representatives. Who would have thought that the Democrats would be able to give the Republicans a run for their money in these various seats? But this is what Elon Musk had to say about these special elections. This was the other night in Wisconsin. Elon Musk.
If a party controls the House, it to a significant degree controls the country, which then steers the course of Western civilization. So it's like, I feel like this is one of those things that may not seem that it's going to affect the entire destiny of humanity, but I think it will.
You know what's funny? It's like, okay, so what he said was, you heard it, impact the entire destiny of humanity. Now, I do realize that sounds like hyperbole, but it's actually not. It's not hyperbole. It is the truth. And this is why I've been so sort of hyper-focused on this, is because there are a lot of people, including Scott Pressler, whose audio that I just played, where people have been complaining about the complacency of the Republicans. 5 of these special elections since November of 2024 have gone to the Democrats. Every one of these special elections. And so if ultimately we end up losing in these special elections, this is going to be a big obstacle for Republicans moving forward. So Trump, of course, knowing the importance of Brad Schimmel winning this race. Schimmel is the guy who is running for the Supreme Court in Wisconsin. Trump is endorsing Schimmel, and he really needs Schimmel to win.
I'm asking that everyone get out and vote for a wonderful American patriot, a tough-on-crime judge, Brad Schimmel. He stands for fair and impartial justice and will always back the blue. If you support law and order in Wisconsin, Brad Schimmel is the one to do it.
Yep. I mean, yesterday we spoke to Matthew, heard about all of this. The low propensity voters, those folks that vote for and support Donald Trump, but they won't bother to vote when he's actually not on the ballot. Now, this is a problem. This has been an issue, and we do need to fix this because we have to get, and I've been saying this for a long time, we have got to get beyond the issue of a lot of people are voting for just one man, Donald Trump, and they don't care about anything else. Well, the problem with that is that makes us look like a cult, as opposed to the policies of Donald Trump, the policies of MAGA. And so this, and I'm air quoting this low propensity voter because it sounds insulting to me. But if you're one of those people that only votes for Donald Trump and you don't vote for any of the down ballot races, you don't go out and vote in special elections or midterm elections, or if you go when Donald Trump is on the ballot but you only vote for the top of the ticket, that's a problem. Because in order for Donald Trump to succeed, in order for the president to do what he told us he was going to do, he does need the support of the House of Representatives. Scott Jennings had a great quote on this. Details straight ahead. 6:45 on Nashville's Morning News. Time to check the roads on WTN. Weather today, a high of 69 degrees, mostly sunny. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. 46 degrees right now. By the way, KGB, what exactly, remind me, I haven't promoted the poll yet today, but we have a poll question out. And if you go to YouTube, we have, you can watch the radio show. You can take the Daily Dan poll. Today's Daily Dan poll had to do with low propensity voters.
Yes, so are you worried about the special elections today in Florida and Wisconsin?
And what did people say?
61% say yes.
Okay. So you know what? Those 61%, y'all are smart. You've been listening to Nashville's Morning News.
The 39%, you're also smart too. We like you too.
We do. We like everybody.
Got to be careful, Dan.
I know. So Scott Jennings, they were talking about this yesterday. Scott Jennings had this to say about what's going to happen if Democrats get these House seats that impacts not only Donald Trump and America, but as you heard Elon Musk say, this will impact in a negative way Western civilization.
The Republican Party is grappling with a new reality. We have a lot of voters in the party that do not vote regularly. They're low propensity voters. They turned out for Donald Trump. They like to vote when he's on the ballot. But even in the November election, you saw people show up, vote Trump, and then leave the rest of it blank. One of the things the party has to do is condition those people to show up even when Donald Trump is not the person they're voting for.
Yep.
Number two, I think the Elon Musk point that you played earlier about the future of Western civilization, I actually think this is a key issue the Republicans ought to lean in on, because it's not just a one-off election when you're voting in the Wisconsin Supreme Court race or some congressional special election in Florida. These things matter. There are ripple effects. A vote here causes major implications on policy down the line. So I think Elon is actually onto something with that messaging, and I hope Republicans, especially the new ones who aren't regular voters, take it to heart.
Yep. I mean, that is an issue that we have got to fix before the midterm elections. Trump is not on the ballot in the midterm elections, but his policies are on the ballot. His success depends on these special elections, and his success depends on the midterm elections as well. Because if we lose the midterm elections, and if we keep losing these, if we start losing, well, we did. We lost 5 of these special elections. Some of these are like state Senate seats and so forth. But if we end up losing some of these special elections today, let me tell you something, friends. I'm just going to be honest with you. That is a flippin' 5-alarm fire. That is a 5-alarm fire. And if we end up losing, then yesterday I called out the Republicans for not focusing on the midterm elections. I know that we're all elated that we won. We've got to move on from that. We've got to protect the House of Representatives. You know why? The Democrats are angry. They're passionate. They're absolutely insane right now. They're toxic, and they're motivated by many factors, including their failures. Their failures, the embarrassment of what happened with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, what Trump has done, all of the corruption that Donald Trump and Elon Musk have discovered. They're angry that they got found out. They're angry that America gave them the middle finger. And let me tell you something. If they get the House of Representatives, the crazy will begin again, including all progress will stop. And Donald Trump, I guarantee you, impeachment hearings will begin. And the fact that their party right now is at an all-time low in polling, they're doing a lot more with less because they're rabid, they're fanatical, they're toxic, and they're out for revenge. And we simply put, my friends, cannot let that happen. So all eyes have got to be on Wisconsin. All eyes have got to be in Florida that we come out on top. It is 6:50 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones is in the WTN newsroom. Hello, Joan.
Hello, Dan. So we'll tell you coming up here who is coming to visit Republicans on Capitol Hill today. Also, the next 5 days look a little murky weather-wise. Some details here coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.51 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. The spring season is upon us, and now is the time to start thinking about your outdoor lawn equipment. DT McCall's is helping you out with their Spring Cub Cadet Mower sale. Now, you've already missed your opportunity in Lebanon, but now, beginning on April 4th in Lafayette through the 12th in Cookeville, April 18th through the 26th, you can get a great price on your next Spring Cub Cadet lawn mower. Now, you should know that DT McCall & Sons, they are ranked as a top Cub Cadet dealer here in America. And you can find all kinds of sizes, of course. You can find Cub Cadet riding mowers with 42 to 72-inch decks for those larger areas, Plus, you can also find great prices on walk-behinds. And when you purchase a Cub Cadet mower from DT McCall's, you'll be getting access to their in-house service department. And as you know, it is nearly impossible to find mower service anywhere else. With a large selection of Cub Cadet mowers, free delivery, and an in-house service department, it is an easy choice. Find them online at DT McCall's, 5 locations across Middle Tennessee, Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, Franklin. Again, always online, dtmccalls.com. .654 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 Brentwood Jewelry. This is my jewelry store, has been for a long time. Amy and I have both bought gifts for each other at Brentwood Jewelry. You can find them online at brentwoodjewelry.com. Now listen, no matter the occasion, Brentwood Jewelry can help you out. But let's just say here in the springtime, you're getting ready to propose. Brentwood Jewelry can help you pop the question. Let them take the stress out of selecting that perfect engagement ring. They can help you find a beautiful ring in your ideal budget. You can browse their incredible selection of one-of-a-kind rings, or you can speak with one of their custom-designed specialists to create a stunning ring as remarkable as your loved one. Find them online, BrentwoodJewelry.com, 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. BrentwoodJewelry.com. .656 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you being here. There is so much great audio, and I feel like I don't want to waste it in a short segment. But I loved what the astronauts had to say about Donald Trump and the fact that they are appreciative that at least one of our two past presidents has actually been appreciative that Trump and Elon Musk rescued them. So this is part of the interview. They were on with, was it Brett Baer? I think they were on with Brett Baer. But this is what they had to say about Donald Trump and Elon Musk.
What would you like to say to President Trump and Elon Musk?
I respect you. I trust you. You've given me no reason not to trust you, either one of them. What they say, I can't say what they say. I haven't lived that. But I have no reason not to believe anything they say.
That is, by the way, Mount Juliet's Butch Wilmore. And I think they're going to have a party. Not a party, but I think they're going to have a parade for Butch Wilmore. I'm not a big parade goer. If I can go to that parade for Butch Wilmore, Mount Juliet, I will absolutely go.
Because they've earned my trust. And for that, I am grateful that our national leaders actually are coming in and taking part in our human spaceflight program, which we see is hugely important global significance, and they take an active role. And based on the past and what we see now, with them doing that, it's refreshing. Not just refreshing, it's empowering. It's strengthening for our nation. I think it's a good thing for our nation when the national leaders, especially something that's high visibility, are involved in the process. And I'm grateful for that.
And, I'm just glad that they're involved and they take notice. And, our situation, I think I mentioned before, maybe wasn't the perfect situation, but allowed a lot of people, including the president and Elon, to look at what's going on the International Space Station, take it very seriously, and understand that our involvement as a country, as a spacefaring nation, is really important throughout the world. And it sets an example, and it shows, our ability to be able to do the hard things, put people in space, operate in space, work in space, and then bring us back. It's important, and I appreciate that them and many more people took notice of it.
Yep, that was the astronauts, their first interview since they were rescued, and I do like the fact that was not Brett Baer, that was the other one that I can't remember his name, but a guy on Fox News. I do think it's telling that their first interview was with Fox News. It wasn't with ABC. It wasn't with CBS. It wasn't with NBC. It wasn't with CNN or MSNBC. No, it was with Fox News. I think that kind of tells you something. By the way, speaking of the media, I got a lot to do in the next hour, but part of what I'm going to talk about is the death of the media, and really that has been punctuated, another nail in the coffin, courtesy of Caroline Levitt. That is all straight ahead. By the way, the Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN.
Good morning, 7 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Drivers heading in on 24 this morning. You've got a big old delay. It's caused by a stalled out car that blocks off the second right lane. It's at Old Hickory Boulevard South. That's exit 62. It's a semi truck that's stalled out there in the right lane. So that's what's causing the delay this morning. It may take a couple of minutes to remove it. We are T-minus 1 day until President Trump's so-called Liberation Day, when reciprocal tariffs are imposed on the countries that impose tariffs on U.S. goods in their countries. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will visit Capitol Hill this afternoon. It's a meet and greet with House Republicans so they get up to date with these tariffs, and it would help, they say, to make Republicans' messaging more effective. Meantime, Democrats in Washington are fuming over those tariffs.
Today, Senate Democrats plan to force a protest vote to block President Trump from imposing tariffs without congressional approval. Trump set to impose tariffs on countries he says have treated the U.S. unfairly for years. It's not clear if any countries will be exempt or how long they will last. Many economists and shoppers worry prices could soon skyrocket on everything from clothing to food at the grocery store, including bananas, strawberries, and avocados. Perry Russum, ABC News, Washington.
Here in the Nashville area, our weather picture looks a little murky this week.
Wednesday all the way through our Saturday, multiple rounds of storm, heavier rainfall, and also a stalled storm system that could cause a flooding threat across parts of the mid-state.
That's Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro. Now, a big portion of the WTN listening area is under a flood watch tomorrow through Sunday because that system will stall out right over us. In Dothan, Alabama, 5 students injured when a roof collapsed at their school in the midst of the storm yesterday.
Lights go fully off, turn back on, then go off again. All right, then we see something hit the glass and it just starts pouring down rain.
Yeah, those students were rushed out. They aren't allowed back in to collect their belongings either because of a structural issue. The injuries, by the way, were all minor. So where are we on that Signal chat controversy from last week? Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt spoke about it with reporters yesterday.
This case has been closed here at the White House as far as we are concerned. There have been steps made to ensure that something like that can obviously never happen again.
The White House maintains that the messages were not classified. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures dipping even lower this morning as we get closer to the opening bell. We've got Dow futures down 257, NASDAQ futures falling 98, and S&P futures are down 29 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
All right. So just so you know, I don't always have the opportunity to pop in during breaks because I got a lot of commercials today, which is actually a good thing. But people ask me, what do I do during the breaks? Number one, I drink a lot of tea, a lot of throat coat. I really do, which means I also have to go to the bathroom all the time. People are asking on the super text line, when your voice goes out, why does that happen? I don't know. Ever since I had that really bad flu years ago, my voice was sometimes just, I'll be going on strong, and then it just goes away, and it drives me crazy. However, usually I can recover pretty quickly, but it is actually, somewhat common among broadcasters and talk show hosts. So anyway, it doesn't hurt. It just is annoying. All right, coming back.
Well, crews are still out there trying to push that stalled out semi-tractor trailer off the roadway on 24. It's in the westbound lanes at Old Hickory Boulevard, exit 62, and it's blocking a right lane. Also a crash involving some injuries here. Rural Hill, it's on Bell Road south of Hickory Highlands Drive. Then in Clarksville, 24, the eastbound side, just past Wilma Rudolph Boulevard, exit 4. That is also the scene of an accident. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. How are you? Truth in memes. Democrats spend all their time trying to remove President Trump, but not the illegal aliens, rapists, drug dealers, murderers, or child traffickers. Fact check true. That's not an April Fool's joke. That is the sad reality of the Democrat Party. There's some great audio. And as you know, there's all this controversy. For the love of Pete, I don't know why it is that the media is so incredibly focused on trying to save these gangbangers. But here's what's interesting. That meme is true. The media, they are more concerned with the fate of these gangbangers, the fate of these illegal aliens, and apparently far less confirmed with past victims of illegal alien crimes or possible future victims of illegal alien crimes. And so apparently there was a document that somebody found that showed that if these illegal aliens had a certain tattoo that was indicative that they were either MS-13 or Tren de Aragua, and that was enough to get them deported. And so that, now here, can I just say the irony of all of this? The same media that absolutely blasted Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, for his tattoos, are the ones that are defending the gangbanger tattoos. I mean, what sense does that make? I mean, maybe in the mainstream media, this makes sense to them. The sheer hypocrisy of it all. They were going through all kinds of, sort of rationalizing, trying to take down Pete Hegseth by the interpretation of some of his tattoos, and said that he shouldn't be Secretary of Defense, and making all of these nasty comments about his political affiliation, if he was, a white nationalist or a Nazi, radical Christian, whatever it is you want to call it, based on his tattoos. Yet they're willing to defend a Tren de Aragua or an MS-13 gang member who might have a gang tattoo because, guess what? Those tattoos are affiliated with those particular gangs. Now, I've got some audio where Caroline Leavitt, she is asked about this memo, and she's saying, well, no, it's not just the tattoos, but I would argue that I think it's okay to deport somebody if they have an MS-13 or a Tren de Aragua tattoo. It is absolutely okay. Because they literally had ink permanently put onto their skin that is affiliation to a gang, a murderous, ruthless gang. So, yeah, I think it's okay to go ahead and deport those people if they basically have that gang's bumper sticker on their chest or their arm or their forehead or whatever it is. So she was asked about all this. This was Caroline Leavitt, and she is being asked about that, about that supposed policy.
You can get classified by simply having certain symbols in your tattoos and wearing certain streetwear brands. That alone is enough to get someone classified as TDA and sent to El Salvador.
That's not true, actually, Andrew.
According to this document, it is.
No, according to the Department of Homeland Security and the agents, have you talked to the agents who have been putting their lives on the line to detain these foreign terrorists who have been terrorizing our communities? TDA is a vicious gang that has taken the lives of American women. And our agents on the front lines take deporting these people with the utmost seriousness, and there is a litany of criteria that they use to ensure that these individuals qualify as foreign terrorists, and to to ensure that they qualify for deportation. And the president made it incredibly clear to the American public that there would be a mass deportation campaign of not just foreign terrorists, but also illegal criminal aliens who have been wreaking havoc on American communities. And shame on you and shame on the mainstream media for trying to cover for these individuals who have. This is a vicious gang, Andrew. This is a vicious gang that has taken the lives of American women.
The government filed in court, which says all.
And you said yourself there are 8 criteria on that document.
They need 8 points.
And you are questioning the credibility of these agents who are putting their life on the line to protect your life and the life of everybody in this group and everybody across the country. And their credibility should be questioned. They finally have a president who is allowing them to do their jobs, and God bless them for doing it.
There you go. Caroline Leavitt.
She's so bad A.
She is bad A, isn't she?
Yes, she is.
No, I actually, we always speak about this, Joan. The news is like, drinking from a fire hose.
Right.
I must have missed that story where there was supposedly a document that they found uncovered where they only needed a tattoo identification to deport these folks. Did you hear that story?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
I didn't. You did.
Yeah.
So can you give me some of the details?
The left has been saying that, some of these people that were deported, they weren't, their families are complaining because they had nothing to do.
Oh, yeah. Well, we talked about
and
that.
hairdressers get, tattoos. So
hairdressers get gang tattoos?
Yeah. They're just, inadvertently picking people who have tattoos and sending them over to that prison.
Wait, hold on. So the left is actually saying that a hairdresser is going to get the gang affiliation tattoo of MS-13 or Tren de Aragua. That's the left's
their
argument?
Yeah. And they accuse President Trump and Homeland Security of just picking people off the street who happen to have tattoos and saying, and this is that fear-mongering thing because so many people have tattoos, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and visible tattoos. So if you've got a visible tattoo, now you're scared to tears that someone's going to drive up in a van next to you, push you into it, and send you off to the El Salvador prison where you're treated badly.
Well,
that's the gambit that they're playing.
So here's the deal. And by the way, I loved what the Trump administration did with, we didn't even talk about this, but Kristi Noem, I know you saw it.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Kristi Noem is, as people have seen this if you're on the internet, Kristi Noem is in front of this, big jail cell or this pen with all of these gangbangers, with all of their tattoos and everything. And I think that kind of brought the point home. Now, as you just heard Caroline Leavitt say, where, listen, the gang affiliation tattoos, one of many points that you can look at to determine whether or not somebody is a gang member or not. But of course the family's going to say, oh, my son's not an MS-13 gang member or a Tren de Aragua gang member. Well, of course, that's what the family is going to say. You know why the family says that? Because that's what families say. So to me, I'm not believing the families. I trust the Trump administration. And again, it is my contention that if you are walking around with a tattoo that is a walking permanent billboard, an ode to a murdering, vicious, raping, human trafficking gang, then yeah, get your ass out of the country. There's a great big jail cell in El Salvador that would love to see your tattoos. Oh, my gosh. The funny thing about that Kristi Noem, I can't be, maybe I am the only one that brought this up. Hold on, I'm going to do this a different way. Hey, Joan.
Yes, Dan.
What did you notice, if anything, about the Kristi Noem video and pictures of her in front of all of those nasty gangbangers?
That her back was to them and they were looking right at her, and you can't help but to think what's going through these guys' minds.
She wore very form-fitting clothes.
Well,
and
she was in jeans, right?
People were like, well, yeah, and a very tight-fitting shirt.
Oh,
and so people were like, oh, my goodness, that's so inappropriate. I don't think there was anything inappropriate about it.
I really didn't see that.
It's probably boiling hot outside, too.
Yeah. I mean, most of these guys are probably not going to see another woman for the rest of their lives. So this is the last woman they'll ever see, hopefully, because we need to keep them in those that El Salvador prison. You know, I don't want these guys to end up going back to Venezuela because Venezuela will just let them out and allow them to come back in here once there's another Democrat in the White House. So anyway, I thought that was very funny. Anyway, yeah, you're right. National treasure, Caroline Levitt. It is 7:16, late for traffic. Time to check the roads on WTN. .717, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Let's see here. As far as your weather for today, a high of 69, mostly sunny, may see some clouds. And I know, Joan, you're talking about the weather in your newscast. Are we still looking at severe weather coming up, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or has that abated somewhat?
No. So what the problem is, they're having trouble determining how bad this is going to be because it's going to stall out. The storm is going to kind of get over us and then stall out. So whether it stalls out to the west of us or right on top of us or to the east of us really determines how bad it's going to be. And the problem, the big overarching problem right now is flooding because so much rain is going to come down. Stefano DiPietro was saying like 6 inches in some places. So that's going to be the factors that they'll determine all through today and tomorrow. So, yes, we've got some bad weather coming. Is there a chance that there's going to be tornadoes? Yes. But the bigger issue is going to be flooding for this area.
All right. Thank you, Joan. By the way, 8156 on the Super Text line says that, nope, it's not 8156. It's they're coming in so fast. 2889 says if you have that tattoo and you're not in the gang kills you.
Oh, well, that takes care of that now, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I don't necessarily know if you've got the tattoo, then you're in the gang. I mean, I don't know a whole heck of a lot about gang life except what I saw in the Warriors many years ago in the 70s. And also, what we learn in the reporting and so forth. But I mean, if you get a tattoo and you get that gang tattoo, and that means you're in the gang.
Right.
You can't just fake your way by getting the tattoo, but you're not actually in the gang.
But this is how you know that the left is just going with a narrative. They're just going with a narrative. If you've got a tattoo, you better watch it. They're going to take you right off the street and send you to prison.
That's exactly right. Yeah. And here's the deal. If you've got a bunch of those sort of gang-related kind of tattoos. Now, here's the thing. And I'm not defending the other side, but is there a possibility that there's different ways to interpret these tattoos? I think these are pretty, because the left was trying to make Pete Hegseth into, all kinds of white nationalists and all that stuff with the way that they were choosing to interpret his tattoos. I don't know if there's a way to interpret the Tren de Aragua and MS-13 tattoos. I don't. But I do say that if you had that tattoo and you're pledging your allegiance to that gang, whether or not you're an actual part of that gang is, to me, irrelevant. If you are pledging allegiance to that gang, then you need to go. And frankly, if you're illegal, you need to go anyway. Bottom line. I don't care what your family says. I think I'm right on that. Am I right on that, Joan?
I think you are.
Okay.
I don't think you find many people that would disagree.
I like that. All right. Here, yes. Washington, D.C., Democrats, sanctuary cities, they may disagree with me, and that's all fine, well, and good. 721, Joan Jones is coming up with the news. Hey, Joan.
Yeah, so the National Weather Service conducting storm damage surveys yesterday. We'll tell you what they came up with about that storm on Sunday night. And the one thing you should be aware of on this April Fool's Day. That's all coming up 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
721, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. 6456, I think, asks a fair question. And I'm going to talk about that coming up on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here with a question for you, my friends. If your roof was replaced in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know, you really do need to ask because some insurance companies refuse to pay full replacement cost. They're going to deduct money for an older roof. This means that the insurance company is going to depreciate how much they pay for your roof claim. Now, if you've got an older roof, they're going to pay you less. That could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, my friends at King & Associates Insurance, they will pay full replacement cost. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they will pay for it to be replaced, period. It is that kind of focus on customer service that makes my friends at King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around. Call them, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. That phone number is 615-329-8121, 615-329-8121. Get your royal review, tkinginsurance.com. $725, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Avoid the stress of preparing to sell your home with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You can skip the hassle of spring cleaning and sell your home fast for maximum value. Now, you don't have to worry about showings, open houses, costly repairs. Mark Spain Real Estate's guaranteed offer allows you to bypass the market, receive an all-cash offer, and close within days. Now, one of their satisfied clients, Tracy, said the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate was fantastic. It could not have gone any better, and we received an offer higher than we were expecting. She says, I wholeheartedly recommend Mark Spain Real Estate. You know, they've got over 12,500 five-star reviews, just like Tracy's. Now, you can trust Mark Spain to sell your home fast with their guaranteed offer. Find out what the guaranteed offer would be on your home today. There's no obligation. Call them at 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. Find them online. It is markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. This is markspain.com and start packing.
North Nashville, Rosa Parks Boulevard, southbound at 65 reports of an accident. I'm Christy O'Brien.
Hi, this is Tim Blunt, owner of the New Balance Nashville store. At the New Balance Nashville store, we go beyond taking your measurements. For us, comfort fit means a lot more than just checking for enough room in the toe box. You see, a simple fit may look and feel okay inside the store, but high-quality custom-fit shoes from the New Balance Nashville store will continue to look and feel great while performing the task you need them to do. Come see us at the New Balance Nashville store and experience the difference a custom fit makes for you.
This hour of Nashville's Morning News brought to you by United Structural Systems. Go to USSTN.com. Whether it's commercial or residential, Patriot Contractors can help with your building or remodeling needs. Patriot Contractors is locally and veteran-owned. Learn more at PatriotContractorsUSA.com or call 615-489-0578.
727, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So the New York Times is reporting on this story about the tattoos. 6456 said, though, and I think this is a fair comment. Do you think the guys with the gang tattoos could change their life? In other words, let's say a guy is in Trinidad, Aragua. He's got the tattoos and all that other stuff. But then he gets to America and he wants to change his life. And he no longer wants to be affiliated with Trinidad, Aragua. And off he goes. And he tries to do something different with his life. That's all fine, well, and good. But I would rather not take the chance. If somebody has at one time pledged allegiance to Trinidad, Aragua, and again, do I have to talk about what they've done? They've done a lot. They've killed a lot of people, including here in America. So I think if you've got the tattoo, and by the way, there is, and 6456 says, you know what, Jesus changed my life. I'm very happy for you, 6466. I really am, and you've probably got a bunch of tattoos, and I get it. But I don't want to take the chance with a bunch of Venezuelan gangbangers coming into our country. But and allowing them to stay in our country just because they say that they've changed their lives. Isn't that what we always say or hear? People always say, oh, he was changing his life. The police didn't have to gun him down. Really? Then why was he holding somebody hostage and robbing liquor stores and all those kind? You know what? It's so ridiculous. I mean, we always laugh when you've got some crying relative because some dude has been gunned down by the police because he was doing something dangerous and stupid. And you've always got somebody out there saying, oh, he had changed his life. He was doing so well. Well, then why did he rob a liquor store? Why was he assaulting police officers? Why was he holding a gun to somebody's head? Lord have mercy. We see it all the time. And you don't like to see relatives in pain, but there is just a little absurdity to somebody saying, oh, yeah, this guy or that guy changed their life when they're in the midst of a horrible crime. Does not make sense. Got a lot more straight ahead. It is Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 7:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Looks like they may have pushed that semi-tractor trailer off the roadway of westbound 24 this morning, and it looks like the delays are starting to ease out in that area. The National Weather Service confirming that 4 tornadoes that touched down during Sunday night, early into Monday morning during that storm system. 2 of them were confirmed in Murray County, an EF2 in Hampshire and an EF1 in Mount Pleasant. Also in Fairview near the Hickman and Williamson County line, an EF0 touchdown. And in McEwen in Humphreys County, an EF1 has been confirmed. Now we have more stormy weather headed our way starting tomorrow night all the way through Sunday. You'll want to keep it here on 99.7 WTN for all the latest information. A bill that would require Tennessee schools to notify parents of a threat at the school within 48 hours is now headed to Governor Bill Lee's desk for his signature. That bill passed a House vote yesterday afternoon. An endangered child alert has been issued for a 2-year-old girl from Murfreesboro. Harley Stover is her name. She's believed to be with her father, Brandon Stover. He does not have custody of this little girl. Harley was last seen yesterday. Now, the only description that we have is that she was wearing blue jeans and had no shoes. Her father's 6 foot tall with blue eyes and brown hair. If you spot them, call the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation at 800-TBI-FIND. You know what today is, right? It's April Fool's Day, and that means the potential for pranks and a lot of fake advertisements for so-called new products.
On April Fool's Day, sometimes the pranks from famous brands can be obvious, like when Burger King announced they were launching a Whopper-flavored toothpaste.
To keep your mouth Whopper fresh.
Many companies will try and fool you into forwarding their content today, so let's prevent that and take a look at how they usually try and get you. Since we're talking food, sometimes those brands will be subtle. For example, last year, Dunkin' Donuts briefly changed their name to Donutses. And 7-Eleven claimed they were going to start canning hot dog sparkling water? I guess if it sounds gross, that's a good indicator of a lie.
Yeah, ABC's Danny New reporting there. Stock futures right now, we're on the minus side pretty well, too. The Dow futures down 255, NASDAQ futures losing 96, S&P futures minus 29. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Think of Joan 732, Dan Mandis here. You know, it is so amazing to be able to see without glasses, thanks to Dr. Jeffrey Horn and the pros at Vision for Life. Now, I needed corrective surgery to treat my cataracts, and I researched all the local ophthalmologists. One guy kept showing up as Nashville's best, Dr. Horn and Vision for Life. Now, they've been doing this for 20 years now. 20 years of helping folks see with 20/20 vision or better. Vision for Life has thousands of positive reviews, and yes, they've been around for decades. Now, my experience with Dr. Horn was amazing. He took the time to sit with me. He answered all my questions. I had a lot of concerns. Will it hurt? What's the recovery time? Will I still need glasses? Dr. Horn spent 45 minutes with me walking me through the process. And by the way, no, it doesn't hurt. The recovery time is really quick, and no, I don't need glasses now. Weeks, months actually now after the procedure, I am at 20/20 vision, 100% satisfied with Dr. Horn. My only regret is that I didn't do it sooner. Help them celebrate 20 years of providing 20/20 vision by scheduling your consultation today. 615-436-2020. 615. That was a typo on the copy. I could see it. Trust me.
Sure.
Fix that. I couldn't see it. 61. I'm just totally
Was
kidding.
somebody playing an April Fool's joke on you?
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Yes.
There you go.
615-436-2020 for Dr. Horn. 615-436-2020. Visionforlife.com.
Oh, that's me, huh? Okay.
Sure is, Joan.
Was this a joke? In Antioch this morning, want to let you know about a crash. It's on Hobson Pike at Murfreesboro Pike. And then there's another one in Talbot's Corner. This is on 65 in the southbound lanes at I-24 North, exit 88. That crash is pushed off to the left shoulder. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:36 on WTN. By the way, coming up, what has Caroline Leavitt done to completely send the mainstream media off their rocker? Details straight ahead. Dan Mandis here. I've been telling you for years about United Structural Systems, USS. They are experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and foundation repair. We've had a lot of rain. We're getting a lot of rain. USS is your company for waterproofing. They're certainly my company for waterproofing and foundation repair. I'm one of 30,000 satisfied customers. Listen to this recent review on Google. Guy says that USS was highly professional. The crew was phenomenal from start to finish. They treated his home as if they were working on their own. He does give USS 5 stars all the way. Now, they're not going to charge you for any unnecessary repairs, and you're not going to pay a dime until the work is done and you're a satisfied client. Now, they can help you with basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, and foundation repair. We guarantee our best. Call USS 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855, USSTN.com. $7:38, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News along with Joan Jones and KGB here as well. Now, I don't know, Joan, you and I are both very in tune with the media.
Yeah.
So have you heard what Caroline Leavitt has done with the media in the White House press briefing room?
Yeah.
So I guess the new media, podcasters and whatever, they're going to go in front, right?
Well, they now have a seat, right? They get a seat, which they didn't have before.
Right.
Which is fantastic.
Yep. She reminds the White House press corps, and this was on Fox News, that the White House press briefing and the briefing room, it does not belong to elitist journalists here in Washington, D.C. Listen.
As for switching up seating in the briefing room, it's something we are seriously considering. And we tried to broker a meeting with the White House Correspondents Association board today to discuss that matter. But unfortunately, their president sent out a fundamentally unserious email to the rest of their membership, making it clear that this is a group that doesn't care about press freedom, transparency, and access for all media voices, but just cares about having their monetized monopoly over the briefing room. And I would remind them that the briefing room is part of the people's house. It belongs to the American people. It does not belong to elitist journalists here in Washington, D.C. As for
There you go. And she's absolutely right.
Yeah.
So here's what they're going to do.
Is Jonathan Karl still the head of the White House press corps?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Jonathan Karl. It's not my turn to watch him.
Yeah.
And apparently no one else's. Nah. That was a joke.
Oh, huh.
Moving right along.
Okay.
The White House is preparing to take control of its briefing room's seating chart in a brazen power play that could upend decades of precedent and anger the liberal media. At the center of the storm is Caroline Leavitt, the 27-year-old White House press secretary and a rising conservative firebrand who finds herself poised to deliver the decisive blow. It'll mean for the first time in modern history, the White House will dictate where reporters sit in the White House press briefing room rather than the White House Correspondents Association. And so one version of the story that I saw was that in that front row, you're going to see a lot of new media folks, and the legacy media was going to take, say, for example, the second row. They say it'll mean that for the first time in modern history, the White House will dictate where reporters sit. Legacy media outlets such as CNN, NBC, CBS, and ABC, who have long been accustomed to a place on the front row, may find themselves several rows back. I want to see, who is that woman on CNN with the dark hair? I can see her now.
Anna.
No, not Anna. No. Oh, the woman on CNN. Help me. She hosts the nighttime show with the dark hair.
Oh.
Her. Again, apparently.
Really narrowing it down here,
Abby
aren't we?
Phillip.
No, not Abby Phillip.
Sarah Sidner.
No.
Got more than dark hair?
Caitlin Collins.
Caitlin Collins. She's really brown hair.
That's what I said, brown hair.
Okay.
So confirmed dark hair.
Yeah, brown hair.
We got her.
Got it.
Whatever. Caitlin Collins. Can you imagine Caitlin Collins being sent to the back?
No.
Or
she
some of these
would.
other Trump haters being sent to the back?
You know who the vice president is? Weijia Jiang. Do you remember when she made herself the story?
I was going to say, bless you, but no. What? She made herself the story?
The story. She made herself the story saying, I forget exactly, now that I've mentioned it, like I completely can't tell you the whole story, but it was something about Asians, and she was, declaring herself harmed by President Trump because she's an Asian and because he has a hatred of Asian, whatever.
He does not.
But that was her claim at the time, and she made the story. And this is the one thing in journalism school that they tell you: you never make the story about yourself.
Never. You
And
never
she
ever
took the
make it about
whole,
yourself.
she sucked all the air in the room into the fact that she's Asian, and how could he possibly do this to her? And I was mortified.
Is there any evidence that Donald Trump has a problem with Asian people? No, he has a problem with Chinese stealing our intellectual property.
Yeah,
He's got a problem with Chinese because they send spies into our country. And they manipulate our currency and all that. I mean, he's got a problem with China itself, but I don't think he's got a problem with the Chinese people unless they're spies or they're stealing from us. But then it doesn't matter their nationality, where they're from. If they're evildoers, they're evildoers. So I don't think Trump has a problem with Chinese folks or Asian folks or whoever. I mean, he just doesn't. I would like to, somebody should have said, okay, so what evidence are you basing that on? Like, you're saying this, the two favorite words of the mainstream media when it relates to Donald Trump, without evidence. So I would go back to them. What evidence do you have that Donald Trump has a problem with Asian people? That's what I would have asked.
Apparently, here, I'm looking for it. And apparently he told her to keep her voice down when she was screaming at him, when she was screeching at him.
Is there audio of that? Oh, there's got to be some audio on that. If I knew how to spell her name, I would try to Google it.
Weija. Weijia Jiang. Jiang.
Okay, hold on. Let me, how do you do it?
Weija.
Jang?
J-A-N-G, yeah.
All right. I'm going to see if I can find that because I would love to find that. All right. Let me see if I can find it. Time to 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN.
By the way, a good problem, not a bad problem. Okay? Yeah, go ahead, please.
Many times that the U.S. is doing
A good problem.
Dan.
He must be listening.
No, you know what?
What is going on?
He's listening.
No, you know what? Here's the deal. I was listening. It's high of 69 today, mostly sunny. No, you know what happens sometimes is I get all my buttons mixed up, and so I'm just hitting buttons and whatever. Anyway, I'm listening.
Something's bound to happen.
Yes. I did find the audio, by the way. Jason Rantz, our friend Jason Rantz, tweeted this out a while ago. This is from May 11th of 2020. And they say the insufferable Weijia Jiang. This is apparently maybe some of the audio that you're talking about, Joan. Listen.
Not a bad problem, okay? Yeah, go ahead, please.
said many times that the U.S. is doing far better than any other country when it comes to testing.
Yes.
Why does that matter? Why is this a global competition to you if every day Americans are still losing their lives and we're still seeing more cases every day?
Well, they're losing their lives everywhere in the world. And maybe that's a question you should ask China.
Don't ask me. Ask China that question, okay? When you ask them that question, you may get a very unusual answer. Yes, behind you, please.
Let me see if that's it.
Sir, why are you saying that to me specifically?
I'm
That I
telling
should
you.
ask
I'm not
China?
saying it specifically to anybody. I'm saying it to anybody that would ask a nasty question
That's
like that.
not a nasty
Please go
question.
ahead.
Why does it matter?
Okay. Anybody else? Great
So
overcapacity.
there you go. That's it. Why
And
are you asking this of me? Because you asked the question.
Because the virus came from China, honey.
It did.
So I think that's the answer.
Mm-hmm.
President Trump.
Well, this was in 2020. Well, but he was calling it, conservatives were calling it almost immediately. Do you remember the whole thing? The whole conversation about how you had people saying it came from obviously, this is well-worn territory. I don't want to go down this road, but, it came from like bat soup or a wet market or whatever it was. And, it was within just a few days or weeks, and it's been a long time now, but where people were saying, well, that doesn't sound like it makes a lot of sense. And then if you said that it came from if you said that it escaped from the lab, then you were accused of all kinds of things like being a racist and all that other nonsense.
Yeah.
Turns out we were right. I don't want to go back down that road. It's an ugly, tortured road, but I do find it funny. And so now she is the vice president of the
White House Press
Corps Association,
White
whatever
House
it is.
Correspondents Association.
Okay. Mighty group that is. And so, yes, they're upset because they're going to more than likely be sent to the back of the... Do you know what I think? The reason why I think this is important, actually, is because if you've got Caroline Leavitt and you've got some of these new media types...
Yeah.
Like, let's just say, for example, this. Let's say that Joe Rogan, I'm just using this as an example. Let's say Joe Rogan wanted to have a White House correspondent. More people watch Joe Rogan than the entire networks, all the networks combined, ABC, NBC, CBS, whatever else. More people watch Joe Rogan than all of those, mainstream networks combined. You can throw CNN and MSNBC in there as well. So it would actually, if the White House and the White House press briefing room is, part of the people's house and the people's voice and all that, well, far more people watch Joe Rogan than all of those places. So, yeah, it would make sense to have somebody from the new media. If Joe Rogan wanted to have a White House press correspondent, that person could be in the front row. If you're talking about the amount of people that network would reach. And you could also, remember in school when you'd have to change desks, Joan? I hated that.
Yes.
But you'd have to change desks. Well, this might be the same thing with the, White House press corps.
But they get all entrenched, in their position. And they got to be right where the camera angle is. That's what it's all about. Who gets to sit where the camera angle is?
Yep.
That's all it is.
Everybody's got to make sure
that's where Caitlin Collins is right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Everybody's got to make sure that, they get their good side.
Yeah.
All that kind of stuff. With the White House press corps, every side is their ugly side. It is 7:50, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. Joan Jones, who doesn't have a bad side.
Oh, I see what you did there.
April Fools. You like what I did there?
That hurt, Dan.
Oh, I'm going to hear about it, though. I'm going to hear about it.
Give it to him, folks.
Anyway, what's coming up?
What have you done?
All right, so was it the skimpy waitress costumes that did them in? A national chain restaurant files for bankruptcy. And the one thing you don't want to do when you're on the roads this month. Coming up here at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:51, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. You know, the weather in Middle Tennessee can get crazy. We found that out last weekend. We're about to find out again. You need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. Get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one installed. The Generator Supercenter does feature expert installation and, yes, 24-hour monitoring as well. So when your neighborhood goes dark, you won't be left in the dark. Financing is available. 615-879-1952. Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com. $7:54, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here. Listen, you can make this year the year you get active again. If you've been sidelined with chronic back, neck, and knee pain, check out my friends at the Wellness Institute of Nashville and Dr. Kevin Mitchell. I've been a client of his for over 10 years. I have never felt better. Now, I arrived in Tennessee over a decade ago, and I went through spinal decompression therapy for my chronic back pain. And he really did help me a lot. Every once in a while, I do need an adjustment, and Dr. Mitch does fix me right up. Now, right now, the Wellness Institute of Nashville has a great deal. They're offering you the Big 47 offer in honor of our 47th president, Donald Trump. 47% off spinal decompression therapy. They utilize the latest high-tech equipment in their state-of-the-art facility to provide effective, non-surgical solutions. Dr. Mitchell and Dr. Ashley, they are committed to helping you overcome back and knee pain. So call them today at 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009, painisbad.com. $7:56, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to Nashville's Morning News. By the way, watch us on YouTube. Watch us on X, 997WTN.com, and a lot of other places as well. I prefer that you watch us on YouTube, Facebook too, because you can take the Daily Dan poll, among many other things, and I'm talking to folks during the stream now. Sometimes I'm talking to folks during the stream when we're in a commercial break. So those are also great conversations to have. It's kind of exclusive online content. But you can take the Daily Dan poll. Our question today, KGB, is... Come on, man, let's go.
April Fools. Okay. Are you worried about the special election today in Florida and Wisconsin?
Yes. All right. Very good. And I had a whole monologue on that earlier, and I covered it extensively yesterday. What are people saying?
Right now, 65% say yes to 35%.
Okay. Do you know what the other question maybe I should ask, or maybe we should ask? Do you believe, you want to change it? So clearly, let's change it now. Do you believe the Republicans are as focused on the midterm elections as they should be? So do that. I also need some audio. We were talking earlier about Kristi Noem and how she toured the El Salvadorian prison where all of these gangbangers are being held. Very tight-fitting, form-fitting clothes. And people, made fun of her, and they said it was, I don't know, people were just lost their minds over that. I really don't know why, but whatever. So she is now defending that visit and those photos and that video that she did in front of all of those Trende Araguans and MS-13 gang members that were behind bars. And so basically, if you haven't seen it, if you're not online, she is standing in front of a cell with, it's got to be hundreds of these, bad guys, these gangbangers. They're behind bars. They're just tattooed from head to toe, clearly bad people, unless you ask the Democrats. And so, again, very tight-fitting clothes and all that. I didn't have a problem with it. I actually thought it was funny, but shows what I know. The Democrats lost their minds. So she is now having to defend that trip to the El Salvadorian prison, which I don't think makes a lot of sense why they would criticize her for that, but this is what she says.
Yes, people need to see that image. They need to see that the United States is going to use every tool that we have to make our communities safer, that is a consequence of someone who is a terrorist. The president has declared Trende Aragua and MS-13 as terrorist organizations, and the president of El Salvador has as well. The only people allowed in that prison are terrorists. And to tour that and to look at that was giving the American people the transparency that they want out of their government. Mm-hmm. They were able to see exactly where we're sending these people who have murdered and raped Americans, that have decimated communities, and there's going to be consequences for individuals who continue to do that. My conversation with that president was, will you take more of these terrorists? And he said, absolutely, we will. We will take the worst of the worst and make sure that they're facing consequences for what they've done to your country.
That's right. Keep on keeping on. Kristi Noem and Donald Trump got a lot more straight ahead. It is Nashville's Morning News for Tuesday, Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 8 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There's still a problem in Talbot's Corner this morning for drivers on 65 in the southbound lanes. The crash there, the left shoulder is blocked off at exit 88. Careful around that. We've got more traffic and weather right after the news. But the National Weather Service confirming what a lot of people in Murray and Humphreys counties already knew. There were tornadoes that touched down during Sunday night storms. And we have more bad weather headed our way, too. A flood watch has been issued for the entire WTN listening area.
1 to 2 inches down to the south and east. That's why there's no flood watch in those areas. But as you head to the north and east, we could see anywhere from 3 to 6 inches. Some areas could get over 6 inches of rain far off to the north and west.
So keep it here on 99.7 WTN. Of course, we're going to keep you updated on this approaching weather system, which, by the way, could last from Wednesday all the way through Sunday. Other news of the day, Hooters is shifting away from its skimpy waitress outfits for more of a family-friendly vibe as that chain weathers a financial crisis.
Facing nearly $400 million in debt, the chain now filing for bankruptcy protection as it looks to sell its company-owned restaurants to two groups backed by the original original founders. Many restaurant chains have been struggling with rising costs and customers cutting back in the face of inflation. Red Lobster and TGI Fridays also filing for bankruptcy recently.
ABC's Lionel Moisey there. Starting today, you should expect to see more state troopers on the roads as the state's Operation Hands-Free initiative begins. Channel 4's Alexandria Adams.
The Tennessee Highway Patrol Office will be making sure that drivers are not violating the state's hands-free law. You know, it is illegal for drivers to hold a cell phone or a mobile device with any part of their body.
Now, this is all part of the National Distracted Driving Awareness Month. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
After a day of wild gyrations, the Dow Jones gained 418 points to finish Monday, a point above 42,000. The S&P gained 0.5% during the trading session. The Nasdaq Composite fell 0.14%. With a raft of new tariffs on goods imported from just about everywhere to take effect tomorrow, Goldman Sachs has raised the chances of a recession to 35%. The company also has lowered its forecast for U.S. economic growth this year to 1.5%. Hooters has filed for bankruptcy, but insists it isn't going anywhere. The restaurant chain plans to sell its 100 company-owned locations to a pair of franchise groups and intends to emerge from bankruptcy in as little as 90 days. After a 2-month pause to update a software issue, Amazon is resuming drone deliveries in Texas and Arizona, the two states where the service is being tested. Amazon has set a goal of delivering 500 million packages by drone per year by 2030. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Right now, we've got stock futures down, Dow futures minus 200 points right now. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got a crash now. It's on West Trinity Lane at I-65. Another one this morning in Hobson Pike at Murfreesboro Pike. That one's in Antioch. And then in Sylvan Park, watch it for a crash. Alabama Avenue at 49th Avenue North. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.805 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'm ashamed to say, Joan Jones, but we've missed a major story today.
What did we miss?
A major story.
Mm-hmm.
Another Spartacus moment from Cory Booker.
Yeah, you know what? I haven't wanted to do it.
Do you know, he's been talking nonstop on the Senate floor to, I guess, protest Donald Trump's policies. Is that what he's doing, Joan?
Yeah, well, you know, we're in danger in the 50, 60 days since he's been in the White House. The country has recessed. He's going on. And this is, of course, a publicity stunt. Mm-hmm. It's designed so he's on the air through the 7 o'clock hour and into the 8 o'clock hour because that's when the national news organizations begin their, the GMAs and all that. So this is designed to get people talking about him and, and his little tirade there in the Senate. And I just refuse. I won't talk about him.
Can't, because Republicans control the Senate, can't the head of the Senate, Thune, is that who it is? How do I?
Yeah, John Thune.
Yeah, John Thune. Can't John Thune tell him to sit down and shut up? I mean, there's nobody, literally, Joan, there's nobody overnight, there's nobody in the Senate.
No, you know what? I know. And typically that type of filibuster, as it were, happens because they, that person
trying to block a bill, voting.
Wants to block a bill or block the voting. Or, if you're Jamal Bowman, you pull the fire
yes,
alarm.
The fire alarm.
But do you remember years ago, so this was 2013, when Wendy Davis did this over abortion?
No, I don't.
Yeah, it was. She did an 11-hour speech.
Okay.
On the Senate floor to block a bill. So, and her name was Wendy Davis, and she stood up and spoke for 11 hours about abortion because she didn't want for a bill to be brought up.
Yeah.
So this is what people do for attention.
Well, we all know that Cory Booker is an attention whore. I mean, he really is. By the way, this is how Fox News, I don't know if he shed any tears.
Right.
But
Spartacus,
but this is how Fox News reported it here a little bit ago.
To anyone?
Nobody.
So he just wants national
Maybe
attention.
he has a few fans.
Well, there are a couple other senators who occasionally ask him questions, and he yields the floor. But by yielding for a question, then he still controls the floor. This is not a filibuster, by the way.
So here's what did you miss last night when you made that dumb decision to sleep?
I rise with the intention of disrupting the normal business of the United States Senate.
The funny thing is, he's doing it like overnight. There's some guy with a broom sweeping the Senate or vacuuming, and Cory Booker is saying, "I'm doing this to disrupt things." Really? Because
the guy's still vacuuming the floor.
You're talking to the custodian.
Yeah.
For as long as I am physically able, I rise tonight because I believe sincerely that our country is in crisis. We are not solving the deficit in what they're proposing here. They're cutting and cutting and cutting things that make no sense to cut, and they're doing it for tax breaks which disproportionately go to the wealthiest.
So he's saying just all the talking points.
Yeah.
How do you go to the bathroom? Like, that's what I don't understand. When they do this.
Yeah. You know what? Somebody should ask him.
Tariffs on our biggest trade partners is beyond unfair. This drives the cost of goods up, and the consumer is the one who ends up paying the increase. Even with universities got too woke and had two excesses, the antidote to that isn't to try to shut down the thought of the left. It's to try to make a fair, more competitive marketplace for ideas from all around the political spectrum.
How would you do that?
I mean,
so he's literally now at that point, he's sort of leaning on the podium. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that must have been later on. But he did record, because we said he is, he is an attention whore. Is that bad to say?
Do I hit the dumb button?
No. It's a common vernacular. Attention whore.
Okay.
It's somebody who, is that wrong, Joan?
I don't think so.
All right.
It's not one of the 7 dirties.
Somebody who is always craving
dirties.
attention. Anyway, this is what he said. He recorded this to play so that people could play it while he's doing his thing in the Senate chambers.
So I'm recording this to post while I'm on the Senate floor. I know there's lots of platforms you can watch it if you want, but I wanted to say here that I'm on that floor and I'm going to be speaking about what Donald Trump is doing to our nation. And now with this tariff, we are going to see more reckless steps taken that are going to raise more prices for Americans and cost our economy even more. So many things that I'll be detailing in this speech. And so it's my plan to continue to go for as long as I possibly can.
Aren't you proud, Joan, that he's from New Jersey? You must be so proud to be a New Jerseyite.
He's I've told you this before. People from South Jersey don't like the people from North Jersey. He's from Newark. That tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah, Newark's a pit, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a nice word for it.
Okay.
To continue to go for as long as I possibly can. We saved healthcare last time, not because somehow our persuasive abilities as senators got John McCain to change his mind. It was the voice of citizens.
Do you think he's trying to do launch a possible presidential run? Because let's be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nobody. I talked a little bit about earlier, Gavin Newsom, and how this dude is tarnished, in my opinion, beyond repair, even though he's trying to repair it. But is this Cory Booker saying, look at me for 2028?
It well could be, because he wasn't blocking a bill. He wasn't doing anything, that wasn't meaningful to the Senate. It was meaningful to him.
I mean, he's doing it overnight into the morning, of course, but it just, I don't know. To me, it seems rather silly.
I think we have the power. No, I know we have the power. I believe the power of the people is greater than the people in power. So I hope to use my...
Wait, okay. So I want to make sure I got that right. The power of the people is more powerful than the people in power. Is that what he said?
Play it back. It's making my head hurt.
I may have shanked it. Hold on one sec.
We can't. We saved healthcare last time, not because somehow our persuasive abilities as senators got John McCain to change his mind. It was the voice of citizens. I think we have the power. No, I know we have the power. I believe the power of the people is greater than the people in power. So I hope.
So what's kind of funny is that does he know what happened in November? Like, who's going to tell him?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, you got your butts kicked in November. So the power of the people did speak, and your side of the aisle lost bigly. And so this is, you know what this is? This is like a temper tantrum.
Oh,
this is like a political temper tantrum.
That's good, yeah.
Yeah, that's what this is.
Hope to use my voice to do what people are calling on me to do. And I hope I can inspire or engage or activate more people like you can.
I'm Spartacus.
To use their voice, because I know we can stop what's happening in our country.
He's got the low Batman voice.
Yeah. So he's just going. He's just going for...
Is he still going now?
I don't know if he's still going now. I mean, he was like a few minutes ago.
So
yeah.
He's still going on at 7:30. That was, I think, Eastern time. Yeah, it might be.
Is he still going? Okay, let me.
By the way, Senator Davis, the woman that I spoke of, that was in the Texas state legislature that she did that, but it became a national story. So, I mean, essentially, he's riding on her coattails to do the same thing.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, again, I think this is just a political temper tantrum, and I think that he probably sees an opening. He's been in the Senate for a long time. I think that he's perhaps woke enough to satisfy the demands of, the woke left as far as, a presidential run. But I think that he's also, I'm going to hate to say this, I may get blistered for this, but I think that he's a good politician. It doesn't mean that I agree with him on anything, but I think as far as a politician goes, I think that he does things smart politically, and this is something that he's doing to bring attention to himself. And so his party is sitting here saying, do something. So he's doing something. He's jawing on for, hours and hours and hours at a time. Now we'll have to wait and see if this has any. MSNBC, they're treating him like he's a hero. So that's, I'm looking at some of their tweets or some of their posts. And so they're saying, oh my gosh, look what Cory Booker's doing. It's like, he's filibustering to the custodian. But of course, it was also on the socials, and it was on, he's making a big splash for himself. So
there's such a hole in Democratic leadership that everybody is doing the dive in, because if you dive in to the big hole, you have a chance of sticking.
Yeah.
So I think anybody and everybody, of course, you're seeing AOC make moves and Jasmine Crockett. So Cory Booker says, I'm not going to be outdone by them. I'm going to jump in here and do it too.
Listen, we all know what Gavin Newsom said.
The Democratic brand is toxic right now.
I mean, it is.
Yeah.
It is. I'm going to get blasted for calling Cory Booker smart politically. You think I'm going to get blasted for... I think he is. Am I wrong on that, Joan? He's been in the Senate for a long time, and people know him.
But I don't think so. So he's prone to doing things like this. Do you remember when he was dating Rosario Dawson? And he said it was his girlfriend. And
Cory
he was,
Booker?
Yeah.
I don't know who
he was trying to keep it,
is, but-
on the lowdown for a while, and
Yes.
But then the public, the press, kept on going after him. Who is she? Who is she? And he was doing it intently. And then next thing you knew, after he lost the election, she was gone.
Oh, okay.
Do you remember when he jumped in and saved somebody's life? Oh, I'm going to look that up. But he saved somebody's life, or
I like what Ray says. We have found our April Fool. That's good, actually, Ray.
he rescued a dog. That's what it was. Rescued a freezing dog.
Cory Booker rescued a dog.
Then he
Yeah.
yelled, "I am Spartacus."
Yeah.
How did he rescue a freezing dog? Like he let it into the house? What?
He somebody left the dog outside, and so he rescued this dog with a camera crew. Oh my gosh! Yeah, of
Are you
course.
kidding me?
So here's the ABC News story. While out working on a story in freezing New Jersey, a reporter and a camera crew from WABC TV noticed a dog that was left out in the cold. Hours later, they passed by again. They saw the dog was still outside, so they decided to take the issue to Twitter. And of course, Booker was there and said, "Well, I'll get the dog." And he rescued the dog.
He just happened to be there.
He happened to see the tweet, but this sounds like a huge setup.
It was a setup.
It's a setup.
I'm surprised he didn't take his shirt off. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and there's pictures of him holding the dog in his arms, and he's got a not a whole hat, but just the band around his, to keep his ears warm.
Right.
And he's carrying, and it's a really pretty dog that doesn't look like he's not taken care of at all.
If that dog didn't have icicles on its nose, then the whole thing was a scam and fake news.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
So he's prone to these kind of, glitzy, I'm going to call attention to myself kind of actions.
Right.
It's not unusual.
Wait, so the people in the news room or whoever was out there didn't do anything and just said, should we do something? And they just waited for him to get there?
Yes.
The poor dog.
Yeah.
They're out there, enjoying their coffee in the van or whatever. And this poor dog is like, hey, keep the dog there so I can rescue it.
I'll be there in 15 minutes.
But he's
I
almost
get my
frozen
Starbucks.
to death like an icicle. It's okay. Just keep him just warm enough.
I just have to get my Starbucks. I'll be right there.
And then of course, they took the dog to the county shelter where it was no doubt euthanized.
I think it was actually not euthanized, but he died at some point there. And of course, they made a story of that too. Now, this was in 2013. The same year, he also rescued a woman from a burning building.
All right.
It was just a candle on the counter.
Booker returned home one evening in April to find flames shooting out of his neighbor's home. A woman screamed that her daughter was still inside. It had been somebody that he had known for years, so he carried her out of the building over his shoulder. Not lying.
Was there a camera crew there also?
It does not say that.
Do you know what the thing is? I feel like a jerk, saying that this is obviously set up. I don't believe that would be set up because, would somebody really burn their house down to make Cory Booker look good? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The dog thing, though, that's clearly.
But you know what? George Soros, can you imagine? I would be willing to bet George Soros would, find somebody to burn their house down so that Cory Booker could go rescue someone on the inside so that he could look good and be a presidential candidate. George Soros would buy them a new house.
Wouldn't put it past him.
I'm serious.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe I'm serious. I don't know yet. I could see that happening, though. There's some people that, by the way, somebody said attention whore. Dan, it takes one to know one. Whatever.
Burn.
Just so we're clear, I'm not an attention whore. You would think that because I'm a radio host, you'd think that I would be one. I'm really not, actually. And the more that I say that I'm not, it makes it sound like I am.
Yeah, you're not doing yourself any favors.
Yeah. Let's move right along. It's 8:21. Did we fly by traffic?
You skipped it, sir.
Oh, shoot. Joan, is there anything going on traffic-wise?
Let me look. Okay, so, yes,
bad.
there's a crash in Avondale, West Trinity Lane at I-65. That's the biggie. Nothing
All right,
else,
thank you,
really.
Joan. And what's coming up at 8:30?
Oh, some news.
All right, good.
Yeah, we've got some more weather moving
Is Cory
in.
Booker still talking? That's what everybody wants to know.
So I will find out if Cory Booker is still talking, but we'll also tell you the news, including what's coming up in the weather this week. It's going to be a little shaky around here
Do you
once
think
again.
Cory needs some throat coat?
Oh, he might.
He might need some throat coat.
Yeah.
There you go. I'm not going to give any of mine. You know.
Nice.
The only good Cory Booker is a quiet Cory Booker.
Yes.
Anyway, moving along. Go ahead.
I'm done.
Oh, all right. Play the promo. Alrighty, 822, Nashville's Morning News. Guys, if you're over 40 and if you're running low on energy, maybe you're just feeling off, Low T Center is where you need to go. Get started with testosterone replacement therapy, or TRT, and join lots of guys who are going through the same thing as you. You know, they've got clinics all over Nashville, right? And they're really easy to get to. You walk in, you see a real medical provider, and you get that energy back. No complicated process, just results. And remember, these treatment plans are tailor-made just for you. Now, you can get treatments at the clinic, or you can be treated at home. But either way, you're always going to get the highest quality of care at the Low T Center. By the way, here in the month of April, you get a free consultation, and if you qualify, treatment is covered by most major medical insurance. So reclaim that energy and become you again. By the way, they can also help with prescription weight loss options as well. So head on over right now to lowtcenter.com and book your appointment. That's lowtcenter.com. Simple, quick, and totally worth it. 827, Nashville's Morning News. You know, for me, Dan Mandis, my backyard is my oasis, and I bet a lot of you folks do feel the same way, which is why I am so glad that Save a Tree came into my life. Now, Save a Tree can help your trees and your bushes and your plants and your shrubs look amazing, and that is so important here in the springtime. So if they're sick, Save a Tree can nurse them back to health. If they simply don't look right, Save a Tree can make them look incredible with proper pruning. Now, they did come over to my house, and I told them my issues with my plants and my shrubs, and they gave me great suggestions on how to fix my crepe myrtles and my shrubs. These folks, they are actual arborists who can do wonders for your back or your front yard. You can make your lawn look amazing and weed-free. They can treat yellow leaves and diseased shrubs. And yes, they can help you bring those trees back to life. So see how beautiful your yard can be. Set up your own evaluation at saveatree.com. That is saveatree.com, SAVATREE.com. Or hit pound 250 on your smart device and say the keyword Save a Tree. That's pound 250, keyword Save a Tree. (828) Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It occurs to me, Joan, that people might not know what we're talking about when we talk about Cory Booker's Spartacus, I Am Spartacus moment.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll revisit that moment when we have Chris Hand on here for the crisscross or the handoff.
You want to hear this?
Sure.
Not a right to cut hundreds of millions of dollars.
Apparently, he's still on the floor.
Science funding. The right to independent thought.
This is from the Associated Press, and it says live, so I'm assuming that, yes, it is live.
And he's just going.
He's just going.
It is, but I heard 5 seconds. I can already argue with him. Of course, it is our right to cut government funding. You not smart person.
What I don't understand is the effort to not cut government spending, to not cut programs that are,
especially when we are trillions and trillions. I don't even know what the debt is anymore, but it's obviously in the trillions. And so for him to say, I mean, just in 5 seconds, I have something to argue with him about. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Whatever.
Yeah.
All right. Chris Hand is in the house, and he and I and Joan and KGB will all have a chat coming up next. It is the crisscross handoff. It's all straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning now, 8:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, some residents of Murray County are still cleaning up after 2 tornadoes touched down. Let me get rid of that. After 2 tornadoes touched down on Sunday night, Channel 4 Steve Mailing reports on Channel 4.
A confirmed EF1 tornado with 100-mile-per-hour winds touched down in Andrew Phillips' neighborhood, turning the streets into a firewood pile. While his neighbors escaped mostly unscathed, the countryside just miles away was a different story.
It could have been a lot worse, so I'm thankful it was, as calm as it was.
The second tornado in Murray County, a confirmed EF2, found its way to Hampshire, knotting trees on South Cross Bridges Road and gashing homes in its path on Rippey Lake Road.
Now, there were 2 more tornadoes confirmed by the National Weather Service, an EF0 in Williamson County and an EF1 in Humphreys County. Now, as for our current weather situation, a flood watch has already been issued for the entire Middle Tennessee area as a storm system will stall out over us after it arrives late tomorrow. This storm could turn severe, so you want to keep it here on Super Talk 99.7, and we will keep you informed. In other news, voters in Wisconsin and in Florida are headed to the polls today. They'll vote in elections that could reflect on how Americans feel about the Trump administration's buzzsaw approach to changing the direction of the country. In Florida, voters replace Congress members Matt Gaetz and Mike Waltz in that reliably red state. And in Wisconsin, President Trump has backed Brad Schimmel for a seat on the liberal-leaning state Supreme Court. That is the latest news. We've got traffic and weather just ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:32, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Listen, that pre-summer stress is starting to kick in. How confident are you that you're ready to slide into that bathing suit? Maybe you're going to be in a wedding this spring. Well, are you Confident you're going to be able to fit into that tuxedo? Listen, if you need help, like so many of us do, check out Contours of Cool Springs. They are experts in red light technology. Now, they can help you lose 2 inches of fat in that first session, or it is free. Now, I did it. My pants are noticeably looser. And if you don't feel like it's worked for you, that session is free. So what have you got to lose except a bunch of fat? Now, you know that Contours in Cool Springs is the only place in Tennessee with this cutting-edge red light technology. So folks come from everywhere because what Contours offers is unique and effective. You can see exactly how it works at their website, contoursllc.com. Now, right now, Contours is offering you a $99 belly buster special to the first 10 callers. That is normally a $600 value. Right now, first 10 callers, you get it for $99. That phone number, call right now, is 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960. You can always find them online anytime. It is contoursllc.com. $8:33, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here from my window company, Window Nation. Now, I endorse these folks because they did great work for me last couple of years, as a matter of fact. Now, if you've got old and inefficient windows, it is time to upgrade with Window Nation. You know, Window Nation was ranked the highest on Forbes' list of best window installers. That's right, nationwide. Now, they put new windows in my basement studio, my kitchen, and my bedroom. They look fantastic. They can do the same thing for you. And right now, a great deal just for you, for listeners to my show. You buy 4 windows, you get 4 additional windows absolutely free. Plus, no payments or interest until 2027. Now, these windows from Window Nation, they're energy efficient. So not only are you saving money on the install and the purchase, but also on your electricity bills for years to come. Now, how do I know that you're going to be happy? They've got a 96% satisfaction rating and over 20,000 5-star reviews. Now, don't forget that great deal. You buy 4 windows, you get an additional 4 windows absolutely free. Plus, no payments or interest until 2027. 866-90-NATION, windownation.com.
A crash in Antioch, Murfreesboro Pike at Hamilton Church Road. Also a crash in Berry Hill. This one's on 8th Avenue South at Kirkwood Avenue. Watch yourself in Avondale. There's crash West Trinity Lane at I-65. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$8:36, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And Dan Mandis here along with Joan Jones, KGB. Chris Hand is here for the crisscross handoff. I've gone ahead and I'm just going to go ahead and incorporate the whole thing.
Are we just going to merge them all? Or are you going to extend it more and more as this goes on?
Absolutely. Because, you know, why not?
Is anyway, that an April Fool's joke?
What's that?
Is it an April Fool's joke?
No.
Okay.
Hey, did you hear what I did to Joan?
I did hear that.
Wasn't that funny?
You absolutely dunked on her.
I know,
did.
right?
Nobody saw it coming. Like, I felt like somebody was going to report
I had to get ice for her for that burn.
And you know what the sad thing is? I know that KGB did not pull that moment. Like anything that I say that where I sound stupid.
What am I
which,
supposed
like,
to pull?
My dunk on Joan.
But like for what?
Great.
For what purpose?
To play it back during the 8:35.
Save it for the
Dunk
best
on me
of.
again tomorrow.
Well, Dan, I already have something for that.
I would love a piece of that wood.
Oh, geez. You said that?
I did. I did. Now, context, obviously, is everything.
Do you have a new fence client that we don't know about?
No, but I could use one. No, that they were talking about Andrew Jackson, who he brought some seeds from the Hermitage and he planted a tree at the White House. And so now the tree is dying. You know, they should call Save a Tree.
They should call Save a Tree.
But so they're going to have to, rip the tree out.
No.
And so what they're going to do is they're going to take the wood and from the tree and just repurpose it for other things. That's where I, of course, said I would love a piece of that wood. And it just came out sounding like that. And I don't know why everything that I say, whenever it's captured like that, just sounds so silly and stupid.
I love it.
Sort of creepy, but
Out
it
of
does.
context, it's just.
You said
great.
you said there's like 4 or 5 that are up
right
there.
now. We have 4 at the moment. There used to be more. We only have a limited amount of space for all
They
this
actually
stuff.
had to clear more space because there were so many Danisms on the wall of Dan there. So
Wall of audio, I
The
guess.
wall of Dan's stupid audio. So
love
so we just heard wanting a piece of that wood. What else you got up there real quick?
All right, let's check this out. I'm just gonna play them, and you'll guess where they're from.
All right. Hey, 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 hey. We all that one.
It's a classic.
I see people out and about and they say hey, 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 and I never know what to say except hey back.
All right,
Moving right along.
That's the most famous one. Here are the
Yes.
kind of obscure ones.
Hashtag trendsetter, baby. All right.
Another classic.
I never used that one. That one's good. And then last but certainly not least,
Churn the butter.
I don't know where that one's from, but
you know what?
The best part about the churn your butter one is you can leave it to your imagination.
yeah,
That's exactly right.
That is, well, our listeners have a certain imagination. So
Oh, they
that's-
sure do.
Could be a metaphor.
It could be a metaphor. It could be something we should probably just move on from.
Do you remember when that was?
No.
Or no, you just yeah.
No, JB one time played a lot of those, and I don't remember most of them. I don't even recall where Hey 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 came from.
You were singing that song.
Yeah, it must have been from "Don't You Forget About Me," like that.
It
that song
was.
from the Breakfast Club.
I remember Ken and Johnny were like, "What are you doing?" And,
Could have been that morning you were high on the air.
That's true. It could have been that morning.
Keep bringing that up, Joan. Just keep bringing that up.
Our meeting today with our boss is gonna be very interesting.
Bath
Yes.
salts are a hell of a drug.
Boy, they sure are. Anyway, moving right along. What do you got?
All right, I got 2 stories here. One's about a cop, one's about a criminal.
Okay.
Which one you want to go with first?
Crooks are dumb. Let's go with criminals.
Okay.
Is this about Cory Booker? Oh,
No, it's not about Cory Booker. But Cory Booker would applaud this young man. Atlanta rapper Young Scooter. You familiar with Young Scooter?
yes, he's related to Old Motorcycle.
He is. He's a descendant of old trike. He was running from police. There was a house party. He decides to run from police. Nobody's under arrest. There's just a knock at the door.
Sure.
House party empties out. He decides to jump a fence. While jumping the fence, he cuts his leg, bleeds out, and dies.
Oh. Wow.
Is it wrong that I'm laughing?
I'm just like, why did you run?
Yeah. Why did you run?
Well,
and
you
I
don't
guarantee
run if
you-
you're not doing something wrong.
Well, pants probably dropping down to his knees as he's running from the cops,
Oof, yikes.
Do you ever watch cops and just wonder, if you know that you're going to go out and commit crimes, why don't you wear some pants that are conducive to running from the police? Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Like if I was going to commit a crime,
wear some joggers.
wear some joggers.
Track pants.
Exactly right. Wear some joggers. So that's not funny.
That's not funny at all.
No, it's not funny.
No.
What was your other story?
Well, this one's about a cop. Also, pants around and ankles kind of a scenario.
Okay.
Not like Laverne, a little bit different. But this New Jersey police officer is he's a chief. He's being accused of assaulting and harassing officers, and a lengthy list of complaints that includes defecating on floors, exposing himself, attempting to drug coworkers, and sticking a hypodermic needle into an officer's penis
He sounds nice.
as a joke.
Okay, I'm stuck on the hypodermic needle. So I would hope that it was like through the pants?
It was through the pants.
Okay.
It's
like,
and the guy that got jabbed with the needle got fired.
What?
For speaking out.
What?
Michael F. Duran, 59, worked as a special captain with administrative duties assigned to Chief Farley's office in 2023, according to court documents. Duran and Farley had been friends, were traveling with other high-ranking officers in December of 2023 in the Caribbean. In August of 2024, though, their attitude changed. They stopped being friends. Chief Farley chased me around his office, Duran wrote in his notice. After cornering me in the filing area with no further room to retreat, he sticks a hypodermic needle through my jeans into the tip of my penis.
Oh, my God.
Duran wrote that the needle drew blood and that he was and he was further humiliated when he had to explain the injury to his wife. I swear,
Okay, hold on.
I swear it was Chief. I swear it was Chief.
I've got questions. So, number one, does the needle sticker, does he say this never happened? Or does he deny it?
He's denying a lot of this stuff, yeah.
Okay. Here's my question. If you've got a guy, and just visualize this. If you've got a guy coming after you with a hypodermic needle and he's going for the midsection, it sounds like the dude got a pretty clean shot.
That's where my head went. Like,
right.
I have a gun.
Yeah.
Like, I have a gun. I don't know what's on that needle.
Right.
I don't want to mess around with that needle. I will shoot you in this office.
So something just sounds weird. Like, why would you just, I mean,
Are you in the camp of they're out to get Chief Farley?
Yeah.
You think they're out to get Chief Farley?
Either that or something happened to this guy's situation that he's got to explain to his wife. Like, you know what I mean?
It was
because if somebody's coming to me with the hypodermic needle, I'm gonna show him some hip or something.
You're gonna shift. You're gonna get a jab to the thigh before the tip.
Yes, you're not gonna get my tip.
I'm allowed to hear this
I
story.
feel like that would be the natural defense. In
Joe's
that
like,
scenario.
I have no input on this.
You would bring up the right thigh in kind of a right angle motion over the
and if I'm a
sensitive
cop,
area.
and if
Wouldn't you punch the other guy
Thank you,
before he gets
Joan.
close enough to you? What kind of a guy are you?
A guy with a wounded,
Yeah.
you know what?
Just the tip. but
Stop.
What?
Is the tip important? Yes, it is. Just for the record, just so you people that are going to tell me if it is important or not, yes, it is. I already know.
But there's more. I mean, there's more from this
There's
guy.
more.
There's pictures of Chief Farley shaving himself on top of the desks of coworkers, like shaving his arms, shirtless. There's reports that he was putting drugs in the coffee pot. He was stirring in. Detective Duran said he witnessed Farley dump a handful of Viagra and Adderall into a coffee pot, stirring the pills up until they dissolved.
Okay, so if he did all this.
After that, Duran said he would get his coffee from the K-Cup machine moving forward.
That's why I do it.
I'm going to Dunkin' Donuts.
How did he get away with all of this stuff before the guy did he get fired?
Yes.
Okay, so he finally got fired, but how did he get away with all that stuff before that?
I don't know. Chief Farley has on several occasions pulled his pants down and defecated on the floor in front of his entire office staff.
What?
As one does.
Come on, you've never worked in an office or something.
Oddly enough, no. Listen, maybe he was trying to make a statement. Maybe they were like, the plumbing wasn't working.
Well,
and he decided this was just something he had to do.
Farley was also allegedly clogging the toilets with toilet paper and other objects and defecating in the wastebasket
So it sounds
baskets
like
near
there's
the desks of other
something
officers.
wrong with this guy.
Okay, so there's something going on here because how did he get away with all this stuff? Like any one of those is a fireable offense.
Sex toys were sent to homes. Firecrackers were placed under desks.
Yeah.
Do you ever work with anybody like that?
No.
I knew this record rep. I love the guy. He was hilarious. But if he didn't add his record, all of a sudden you would get a subscription to Playgirl being sent to the office for you.
Nice.
In your name.
If he really wanted to make an impact, have it sent to your home and your wife was like, why did you order Playgirl? Oh, wait, play girl. That's for boys.
Yeah,
Oh,
no.
got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
That was the implication. That was the implication, Dan.
Got it. My bad. All right, very good.
We used to be a proper country.
Yeah.
Can't have fun at the office anymore.
No, you can't defecate in somebody's wastebasket or on their desk.
Today's probably the closest day that you can get to getting away with it because you can just lay down an April Fool's and move on.
Have you ever seen anybody destroy their career with an April Fool's joke?
I have not.
No?
I'll give it my go today.
Well, just wait till I'm out of the building. All right.
All right, perfect. If you're suspended on YouTube tomorrow, you'll know why.
Oh, you want to hear something great?
What do you
Okay, so
got?
this is I actually meant to talk to you about this off the air.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
Do you remember a couple of months ago when I didn't even remember what happened, but like I was gone and then you guys did something and the joke was that I was suspended, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So somebody within the brain trust of your staff, Chris, posted that you were filling in for me because I got suspended. Do you remember that?
I can figure out who it might have been.
No. I had a fellow radio professional call me, and he was like, "Why did you get suspended?"
That's so unlike you, Dan.
You of all people, how could lovable little fuzzball like you get suspended?
Dan's a loose cannon.
And I was so
Unhinged.
mad that I called up the promotions department at that very second. And I said, "Can you take that down? People literally think that I got suspended." And I don't want my
You don't want your name to be sullied.
I don't want my name to be sullied. I think I've done a pretty good job of that myself. And I don't know if it's still up there or not. I was not happy at all because people are literally thinking that I got suspended.
That's hilarious.
Mm-hmm. No, it really wasn't.
I thought.
So can you and your vast staff work on actually finding that video and terminating it?
We will.
Could you?
We'll do our best.
Oh, no.
I mean, it was months ago.
It was months ago, but it lingers.
It does.
I
linger.
hate that stuff. Speaking of lingering, did you see what Spartacus is doing? Cory Booker?
No, what's he doing now?
Joan, is he still talking?
Oh, I closed that window. I will look again.
Spartacus has been speaking on the Senate floor for like 11, 12 hours now.
Really?
And he's doing this like a big old, really long protest of Donald Trump.
He's just doing a bit.
He's doing it for attention because he's an attention whore.
Doing it.
Yeah. So I say he's an attention whore.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if because there's literally no talent within the Democrat Party that he is trying to draw attention to himself for presidential aspirations.
Maybe. Do you think that he would ever have a chance? I don't think he would ever have a chance.
No, I don't. I think with when it relates to Cory Booker and his aspirations, I think you take out the parations part, and he's just an arse.
That's him.
We can really achieve.
He's still going. Turn it up a little bit.
USA. He went on to say, "I never thought I would have to say something like this on a television program."
He kind of has the voice of a Sesame Street character.
Statements, it is
Well, he's a
clear
character, all right.
that the Americans, at least this part of the
He's gone.
Americans, this administration.
When she played the audio earlier, I heard 5 seconds of audio, and I immediately started arguing with it. You know what I mean?
In the YouTube channel, people are tweeting, they're posting comments.
Yeah.
Free Luigi.
Oh, jeez.
I don't get the free
Some say he's
Luigi. Is that
talking
like
in
a joke?
circles.
Luigi Mangione.
Luigi.
Oh, got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's all about Luigi.
Is that still a big thing, Luigi Mangione?
Women are wearing shirts that say "Free Luigi." I want to marry Luigi. It's crazy. It's crazy right now.
Yeah, I know some people that went to the protests at his trial. They're weirdos. And then California introduced some legislation to cancel. It's something about insurance canceling your policies that was essentially named after the guy who
named it
killed.
him. They named it the Luigi Mangione bill.
Wow. In California?
Yeah.
Not a shock. Not a shock. That
Not
does
one
not
bit.
surprise me whatsoever. All right. Well, Chris, what do you got coming up?
Well, we are a day away from Liberation Day. I know everybody's excited about that. I got some updates on Tesla vandals. Also, what we thought was going to happen eventually with someone driving a Tesla has happened eventually. We'll cover that. Plus, Monty Fritz is going to be in studio at about 11 o'clock. We're going to have a discussion on geoengineering.
Ooh.
Geoengineering.
Yeah.
For people that don't know what that is, what is that?
The kids call it chemtrails.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Very good. That'll be fun.
Said, got it.
No,
Got it.
there's some people that don't know what it is, so we got to define it for the audience.
Yep, absolutely.
One final message from yours truly for the day.
The Democratic brand is toxic right now.
There you go. It's Gavin Newsom.
I'm Dan Mandis, and I approve this message.
I'm Dan Mandis. I do approve that message every day. All right, 8:52. Joan Jones is in the WTN newsroom. Joan.
Yeah, we got you covered about what's coming weather-wise this week. And also, she's been accused of being a rhino. So what does Susan Collins have to say about biological males in women's sports? We'll bring you her comments coming up here at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Get in, loser.
That's good. That's good. Get in, loser. We're joining a cult.
Get in, loser.
What cults are in right now?
All of them.
All of them?
All of them. They're pretty, the kids love them.
Do they?
You haven't seen the TikTok trends?
No.
All sorts of them.
What defines a cult?
Usually it's the Kool-Aid.
And all the like sneakers?
Yes.
All the Nikes everybody's wearing, whatever it is?
Yeah.
All right, moving right along. Dan Mandis here from my carpet cleaning company. This is Zero Res. Now, I've been a client for years and years with Zero Res, and one big reason is that they really do help my allergies. Now, carpet is the #1 air filter inside your home. It filters out airborne particles, pollen, and bacteria. You name it, Zero Res is going to filter it out. All that bad stuff is going to go away. Zero Res is a great carpet cleaning company, so you're keeping your filter clean. And Zero Res does this better than anyone. They don't use any harsh chemicals, no harsh soaps, just powered water that leaves behind soft, fluffy carpets. Now remember, a clean filter means a healthier home. Your carpet is your filter, and Zero Res is cleaning that filter. Here in allergy season, that is critical for you and your family. You know, they haven't raised their prices in years over at Zero Res, and every month, a new offer to save you money. Now, this month, the month of April, 2 rooms of carpets cleaned for just $109, plus you're also going to get a free hallway and 25% off of area rugs. Restrictions may apply. Call right now, 615-535-9376, 615-535-9376. Book online, ZeroResNashville.com. Guy says, so wait, Dan did not get suspended? No, I didn't get suspended. It was all fake news.
Mason did that.
Was Mason the one that put that on there? Mason.
It was Mason.
Mason, we got to have a chat about.
Throwing Mason under the bus.
I'll throw him right under the bus.
Mason's an April Foolser.
Is he?
Did you see what he did to me a moment ago? So every day we get the log with what endorsements we have in commercials that we got.
Yeah, what live reads.
So I get one today, which was just all the way full, but it's got. Hey, at 10:20 you got to endorse glyphosate. At 10:35 you got to endorse Pfizer. At 10:55 McDonald's. It's like
oh, that is so funny.
I was like, wow, this is full, and I was like, oh no, Mason's just being Mason.
Mason.
That's actually pretty good. I like that, actually. Good job, Mason. You're no longer on my crap list.
Brought to you by Pfizer.
Powered by Pfizer. Mason.
Instead of the water thing, Chris, his water sponsor, he just goes, welcome to Chris Answer, brought to you by Pfizer, McDonald's, and Moderna.
Have you gotten your booster yet?
Yeah, I've gotten my 7th.
Oh, my goodness gracious. What booster are they on now anyway?
Oh, my gosh.
That's so dumb.
As many as you need.
People are so dumb.
You know what's the most important booster? The next one.